write all of these songs for y'all for 30 years. I'm just trying to relax in the blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't take this for granted, man. I am very thankful for the gift God has given me, man. And for y'all to fight for me all these years, keeping my shit alive, man. Fuck that! Stupid ass shit! Write all of these songs for
They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. You know them women that had men if they got a bunch of children. They need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. We talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women. They did not tell us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one. They didn't tell us that if
purses that cost more than cars. They may not be the couple or type of relationship that you would endorse, but they aren't married, so it wasn't polygamy. They weren't breaking any laws. They all bought into it. They were consenting adults. And he also went in on these Jane Does. He first said that Kelly always asked any women that he was around, and we did hear that through testimony, how old they were when meeting him. And he says that Kelly vehemently denies having sex with Jane Doe number 4, called her a stalker, a groupie extraordinaire. And he said that Jane Doe number 5, who is someone who has accused the defendant of getting with her when she was 17 years old, says that she had no skills and that living with Kelly was the best type of living that she ever had. And he also questioned Jane Doe number 3, the one who testified that Kelly kept her in a dark room for days, that her rape claims were unfounded because there was no police report or a rape kit. A lot of allegations, but it was clear that he knows this case very well, despite being someone who came into this case later in the prosecution and the continuing of this case. But I think a very compelling job from the defense when you compare the two closing arguments.
I'll start with you, your reaction to what we heard from the jury today in that note.
I don't know why the jury is taking so long to render a verdict in this case. You got to be clear on what Rkelly is being charged with. He's not being charged with statutory rape. Everyone says, oh, he's having sex with young girls or underage girls. He's not being charged with statutory rape. He's not being charged with forceful rape. He's being charged with racketeering, which says that the only reason he has a music career, not because he likes music, the only reason he makes albums and tours is to entice women to have sex with them. That is what a criminal organization is, and it has to be the sole purpose. And he's also charged with violations of the Mann Act. The Mann Act was a group of legislation from 1911 or 10 that was used to prosecute black men for dating white women. One of the famous people who was prosecuted for that was Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion in the world, for having a white girlfriend and driving her across state lines that he was convicted of. And now they've resurrected the Mann Act and are charging Rkelly with it. So I know people think, yes, he's been with underage women. He may have even drugged them and raped them, but he's not being charged with any of those crimes. He's not being charged with rape of an intoxicated person. He's being charged with racketeering, running a criminal organization. The basis for his music career and his touring was to entice women to have sex with him. And that is an easy question for a jury to answer. There's no evidence that that is the sole reason that he does music. You know, I mean, we didn't indict Hugh Hefner to say that the sole reason he ran the Playboy Mansion was to entice women to have sex with him. So I really think this is a witch hunt.
You know what? But I think that was the reason Hugh Hefner set that whole thing up. Bernarda Villalona, your thoughts about the note sent out by the jury?
So it was a note that I expected. I just didn't expect it so quick. I'm glad, actually, that the exhibits weren't sent back to the jury as soon as they started deliberating, because that note gave us some insight as to what they're focusing on now at the beginning of their deliberations, and that being Sonia's testimony, Jane Doe number 3, as well as that letter about Jane Doe number 5. Specifically about that letter, what insight it gives us is that the jury has some pause about the credibility about Jane Doe number 5 as to, did this really happen? You did send a letter that, well, not sent a letter, but you wrote a letter that he treats you with the utmost respect, that there's nothing going on here. And it goes to the theme that the defense had, that, look, these ladies here, you heard of the show Surviving R. Kelly, but instead what you have here is surviving off of R. Kelly, and that this case is full of lies, full of greed, people that want to make money off of R. Kelly, but that none of this is true. There was some consensual relations. You may think that it's not normal. It may not be your cup of tea, may be too kinky for you, but guess what? That's just how R. Kelly got down, and that's how these ladies wanted to get down with them. So I like the note just for us, for our curiosity, to give us something to think about over the weekend. But you can tell that this jury is looking at both the prosecution's case as well as the cross-examination by defense counsel and their closing arguments.
The penalty is death for messing with our women. Okay, this is just plain and simple. Whether if you're black or white and you're doing it to our sisters, that's the penalty. That's how we're taught. That's how we were originally before we were manipulated and made into niggas. That's how it was. You can't go and mess around with no nation of people and mess around with a woman and something gonna happen to you. Try to go kidnap a Chinese woman from a Chinese man's house and see if the Chinese don't show up to your house. Go try to kidnap a Russian woman from a Russian man's house and see what happened to you. They're gonna get at you, and they ain't not gonna wait on the white man's law, his court, call the police. But that ain't gonna happen. They're gonna show up right there, find out where you are. Where's my sister? Where's my daughter? What you doing? But with us, what happens? Not only do we not stand up, but we participate. It's a very despicable condition that we've been broken into.
Did you see that footage of the guy on the New York City subway?
Yes. Light-skinned dude tried to kidnap the girl, and he was wearing an all-red jumpsuit. But he later on came out and said, I was trying to protect her. She said that the guy sleeping next to her was a pimp.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe him or I don't believe him. I don't know.
I'll just say this. I don't know all the facts about that. Yeah. However, the circumstances you saw in the video happens all the time. Right. That's the fact.
The way he tried to
grabbed her and just walking down the street happens all the time.
But do you believe in street justice? Because you see the brothers did beat him up, and I kind of felt better. Am I wrong for feeling better seeing him get beat up?
I believe in God's law. I believe in God's law. What is God's law? What is it? Moses came, right? That we supposed to agree on this. Okay. An eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth. Life for a life. Now some people are like, oh, you a Muslim, you supposed to use. See, that's the sickness about religious dogma and the misunderstanding. We black men. Right. You're not gonna touch my daughter, bro. Right. Islam permits me to do what I'm gonna do. So does Christianity. None of the prophets were punks. Don't ever get it twisted. You are not gonna do nothing to my daughter and not get a response from me. No nation of people allows their women to be mistreated, manipulated, raped, drugged, and killed, and they not do something about it except for us. We have to get back who we are. We have to get back to our respect and our respectful place as black men on the planet, not just in America. People need to see us and know, you know what, we ain't gonna mess with a woman. But we have to demonstrate it by showing the example of that. If you call her a bitch and then you turn around and somebody does her and treats her like one, you can't get mad at them. Because you created the circumstance. And this is for all of us. We gotta be sober. I'm 29, bro. I'm not about to allow this to continue because I want to have children one day. And I'll be damned if some dude calls my daughter that and not get checked. But then again, if I'm out there doing it, I can't say nothing to him.
All you scared to death Negro.
Is made
I thought opinion, when you want to give your opinion about something, your motive should be right. Your motive as to why you're giving an opinion should be to better something. Opinions were used for people that's mutual, like on like right here, and then they talk about, well, I think this should happen. Well, my opinion, I think that should happen. When people start telling a person that has been hot and still hot, and you haven't won any, and you start giving your opinion, you will end up looking bad, to anybody that's smart or have any kind of sense. You'll end up looking bad and you'll end up looking lost. It's like to give me your opinion on what I should do. And this is not ego. We're dealing strictly from my stats when I talk. When you try to give me your opinion or give the world your opinion of what you think about me, of what I should do, first of all, you should have called me, but really you shouldn't have, But if you're going to step out on that kind of limb, which is very, very, very thin, then you should make a call, a personal call, if this is a personal feeling. Now, but if you're trying to and start a beef, you would make it public. You understand what I'm saying? You would make it public, and the public would hear it, and they would go, "Ooh, did you hear what so-and-so said about so-and-so? Girl, he tripping." "Ooh, man, I want to go hit," because that's what you think is going to happen. But you have to be very, very careful of that, because why would I tell you need to quit doing that, or you need to you don't need that, or I would not do that, because it has fans as well, and it's just not the right thing to do. This industry and the young people, they're losing respect for who've paved the way. Not saying that I paved the way, but no, just paved the way for everybody else. As we come up, we're paving the way for the next person to come through, But you cannot give your opinion, talk about someone who has done what they've done, in this industry, which has changed the industry and brought
business, and the business that pay me, keep that rat shit away from me, that dick eat shit away from me, because you niggas ain't right. None of you niggas. Folks them. I know the real, but I ain't into exposing you bitch ass niggas. You niggas don't expose y'all self every time you niggas open y'all fucking mouth. I'm not phony kicking it with niggas. I don't like you bitch ass niggas. You niggas hoes. You niggas be ducking y'all shit. You niggas ain't on shit. If I was on my 2, you niggas know what the fuck I'd do to one of you bitch ass niggas. You niggas waited till I got in my situation, even want to even play with me. Nigga ain't never played with me. Ops ain't never played with me. The guys ain't never played with me. I don't respect none of you niggas. It is what it is with me, for sure. This shit definitely in blood. On Lil Mo. I don't want to be friends with niggas. I don't want to buddy niggas. Don't bro me. I'm not your bro. I'm not your homie. I'm locked in with the niggas I'm locked in with, and that's it. The rest of you niggas, fuck you. On Lil Mo. I don't give a fuck about you.
Like teenage girls.
When you say teenage, how are we talking?
Girls who are teenagers.
19?
19 and younger.
I have some 19-year-old friends, but I don't like anybody illegal, if that's what we're talking about, underage.
Some people think that you like underage girls. What do you say to them?
Well, those people that don't know Robert, they don't know me, so I usually don't get into what people think about me, because all my career, even before the trial, people have had their opinions about Robert, and that's probably because it has a lot to do with me. I kind of shy away from the crowd, because I'm always in the studio, digging deep into the basement all the time of my house, creating music. So, people, when they don't know you and they can't really touch you like they could someone else, they seem to form opinions or have thoughts about you that they like to, think. So
some of the people who have worked with you have said that there's an issue here. Your former manager has said publicly that there's an issue of concern here. Your brother Kerry has said there's an issue of concern here.
Issue of concern? Mm-hmm. What do you mean when you say issue of concern?
They've said that they're concerned that you like underage girls.
Let me put it to you this way, man. Unfortunately, the people that don't work for me says that. The people that do work for me don't say that. And the people that don't work for me were fired. If you had someone work for you and they're mad because they're not working for you anymore, and they're used to getting a certain amount of money, or they're used to getting a certain amount of fame because they work for you because you're famous, and all of a sudden they mess you around and then you let them go. Anything that comes up about you, they're gonna run and say, yeah, he did that to me. I knew this too about him. But you really can't, I don't want you, I don't want BET, I don't want my fans. Do not listen to the people that was fired. Don't even listen to the people that was hired. Listen to the facts and get into what you think and make your own opinions. If you're gonna have an opinion about me, have your opinion about what you may think about me. What you definitely don't do is go by somebody that was fired and they're mad and pissed off at me because they were fired.
But your brother Kerry was not fired. He's still your brother.
Yeah, he was fired.
But he's still your brother.
Doesn't matter. He's still my brother, but if he was still my brother, why did he get fired?
Why did he get fired?
I can't get into that.
Okay, fair enough. But
let me just say this. We may fire each other, but I fired him 1,000 times and rehired him.
Yeah.
Hey, it's unfortunate that it's like this, but when you're me, when you're R. Kelly, everybody want a piece of you. And if you don't give them a piece, they'll find a way to get a piece of you, one way or the other. Now, I've been blackmailed 1 billion times in my career. Before the trial, during the trial, after the trial. I've been sued for stuff that, ridiculous things, At one point in my life, I was an ATM machine,
Yeah.
People just come up and just push whatever, and if it don't come out, they'll go tell somebody this, or they'll go run and say this and run and say that, But I'm used to that. You don't get used to it. Let me take that back. I'm not used to it, but I'm used to the fact that I know that people will do this. Sometimes even your own family members. And I don't hate none of them. But I know a lot of people be out to get me because I'm very vulnerable, man. Especially a 7-year trial. I thought opinion, when you want
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I was trying to see how I can put this thing inside it. I guess I can't do it. So for some of y'all watching the replay, I just want to see what y'all what y'all think about the Shyne thing and Diddy. I put the vote thing on my community wall. If y'all could vote, so I can see what y'all think. So first thing first, yeah, Shyne has come out and spoke. And if some people don't know, he is I think he's a I think he's House of Representative or Commissioner, I believe. So I guess it got back to him that the young lady who was pop out in her face has went on several big media platforms, news platforms, and said that she actually seen Diddy when he pop out her, which I don't understand because it's like, okay, if you seen him, it sounded more like he was targeting you. Cause she's saying like she seen him as he pop out her. But I thought that they were pop outing because Diddy was having an issue with another guy and the other guy had made some type of threat like I'll KILLU. And allegedly Shyne, Diddy, and Wolf all had was strapped. And allegedly it was said that they all pulled out and just started going at the guy who made the threat, and then his people start going after Diddy peoples. So I thought that the bullets just um hit other people, innocent people, because of the all of the pop powing. I didn't know that the way she's saying it is like she seen him actually pointing it at her. Um yeah. So she's saying that she's going to ask the surgeons if they could go inside of her face and take out the bullet fragments so that they can actually see, I guess, what pow it came from. Because during the trial, that was the whole thing. They never tested the the fragments. So this is why they didn't know which pow it came from, right? So like I said, I didn't think that she was just targeted. I thought that like I said, that it was because she was in there. And unfortunately, from all of the back and forth, I thought that that's why. So Shyne is saying that she is basically clearing him by saying somebody else. He's saying that he always maintained his innocence, saying that it wasn't him. Uh, so I'm trying to figure out, is this bad for Diddy? Because even though there was a trial, a lot of them testified to the grand jury and during the trial and said that it wasn't Diddy. So I'm just confused of now, is that like they all lied? Jennifer Lopez, didn't she testify saying it wasn't him? At that time, Diddy had Johnny Cochran and I forget the other guy. And that's what Sean was saying, that Diddy's lawyers was always against him because at that time they were worried more about the corporation. Diddy was worth over 100. Um, they said the company was $100 million at that time or something like that. They all had got arrested, but J Lo had got let go. They only charged Wolf, Diddy, and Sean. And Sean said he felt like when Diddy brought in witnesses to testify, that they basically testified against Sean. That's why Sean was mad at Diddy at the beginning. Like, how do you bring a witness in to basically throw me under the bus? I get the part that your lawyers is fighting for you, but like, don't throw me under the bus. But I guess Diddy lawyers was like, you know, if they got to throw whoever they got to throw under the bus, then to save their client, that's what they're going to do. So Sean feels like he was the fall guy from the beginning. I didn't know that Sean was only 21 when that happened. He was very young. Um, he was 21 years old. He said that he knew the guys from Brooklyn that Diddy was arguing with that night. Supposedly Diddy was throwing up a whole bunch of money. And the guys that was in the club, they like real gangsters. And some way somebody got bumped. They didn't like it. And then one thing led to another. Sean claimed from the history he know from the guys, they about their business, and he was more scared for his life of what them guys was going to do, and that's why he pulled to defend himself. But the issue is there were three different guns, I believe, um that were used. So it wasn't like it was one and then all those people got shot and no. So that's why Sean always said his defense was he was defending himself. But they never tested the bullet fragments to see what gun that it came from. But the lady who was shot in her face, she claims she always told the surgeons to take out some of the bullet fragments out of her face because she always stated that it was Diddy who did it. And I guess it would go back, the bullet fragments would go back to whatever gun it was. But she also got a lawsuit in 2009 and sued Diddy for over, what was it, 150 million or 120 million? I know it was over $100 million, but they didn't. They said it was a settlement, but it wasn't wasn't spoke about. So I'm pretty sure she must have signed an NDA or whatever. Um, Now she's speaking since Little Rod put out his lawsuit and stated that Diddy told him personally that, yeah, I'm the one who piled up that club in New York and made Sean take the fall for it. Yeah, I'm the one who out those people. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't see Diddy telling Little Rod that even if they got cool, I still don't see the reason why would Diddy say, yeah, I'm the one who out them people in New York and made Sean take, like, I don't see him telling anybody just saying that. And he doesn't have like a decade long history with Little Rod. Little Rod literally was there for what, 13 months to work on the Love album. So why would he just come out and tell him this? Knowing that this could possibly be said again from Little Rod, or Little Rod can go tell somebody else. Even though Sean did his time, okay. But Diddy's defense was always he didn't do the shooting. He didn't do it. So why would he just go bragging to Little Rod that, yeah, I'm the one who did this? without thinking that this man could possibly repeat it. I don't see that happening. I think that because the ladies start coming out speaking, um, the lawyer made sure that he put some very salacious stuff in the lawsuit. Some stuff that'll make you be like, all right, I'll settle regarding Diddy. No, Diddy has not settled yet, but I just think this time, because of how Cassie lawyer um detailed their complaint, I feel like other lawyers follow the same suit. Make sure you put a trigger warning and make sure you put some very triggering things in the complaint. And then Little Rod's attorney not only put the trigger warning, but he added photos, still photos from videos. When Little Rod was working with Diddy on the Love album, it was said that Diddy asked Little Rod to take videos and stuff during the making of the album. So when they would go out, he would be taking pictures and videos. When they were recording in the studio, he would be taking pictures and videos. I'm guessing when they would break and had these little parties, he was taking videos and pictures. So this must be how Little Rod was able to get all this footage and these photos of these different events and him claiming that things were done to him surrounding these still photos that he put out. Because it's like every allegation that he has is a still photo to, like, I guess, corroborate the story. You don't see nothing happening in the still photos, but he's claiming, oh, okay, for example, he put out a video, a still photo with him and Diddy sit next to each other and it looks like Diddy's whispering in his ear. So the allegation was, oh, this was right before Diddy asked me to do some uh candy with him. Then there's a photo of him and Cuban Gooding, and it looks like Cuban Gooding got his arm around Little Rod's shoulder and like he's talking to him in his ear. And Little Rod looks like he's smiling, laughing, enjoying himself. But he said that photo is right before Cuban Gooding had his hand inappropriately touching his thighs and stuff in his back, where he had to physically um like push Cuban Gooding off of him. Then he put in another still photo of Young Miami and her cousin. It looks like they were like walking past or standing in the middle of the room talking. And he said right right after that still photo is when her cousin walked in on him in the bathroom while he was using the bathroom and just put his private parts in her mouth, and he pushed her off and walked out the bathroom, and she chased him and still was trying to I guess be inappropriate with him. This is Little Rod's words. So with the Diddy telling him about him pow in a New York club, it just doesn't make sense to me. I just think that all the little still photos he's putting with the allegations behind it, I just think is a method to the same way Cassie's lawyer did it, but he's just using still photos now. Um, do y'all think that Diddy should be worried that Shyne has came out and said, you know, well, he put his lawyer put in for him to have his record expunged about a couple months ago when all of this stuff start like happening and the lady start coming out speaking. So he's basically saying this exonerates me. If this person is saying I didn't shoot them, then this exonerates me. And he's saying, he don't have no ill will against Diddy, and that if this is not true, it's not gonna be cool because he's saying that basically you taking down a legend, meaning Diddy. But he also saying that if this is true what the alleged accuser is saying, that It exonerates him, and he's been saying since day one he wasn't guilty. And he believes that a lot of people that was going against him in the politics was also trying to paint him in a bad light. So they wanted to make it seem like he did this. But he said since day one, he always said he didn't pop out those people. He pulled it out and I guess the shooting, but he didn't pop out them. So I'm gonna get into this video that he put out. Excuse me. And don't forget he's in Belize. He looks so different. Oh my goodness, Shyne. He looks like Obama to me. So this is the video of Shyne speaking recently about him hearing that the lady's been saying that it's Diddy.
When it opens wounds, when you hear, the victim saying that it was Diddy that shot her, that is what is the most remarkable. Oh, you didn't see that?
I saw it.
Okay. And that was triggered by a lawsuit from a producer that produced on the Love album, who is making accusations, and in those accusations he says that the gentleman confessed to the shooting. And that is what stands out to me the most, because I've done my best to put it behind me and to move forward. But it certainly reopens the wounds that I've been saying this all along. Everyone knew all along that I was the fall guy. But my political enemies and, detractors tried to make me into, this criminal. But everyone knew that I was a young kid that took the fall. Everyone knew that. That was the story. I'm just saying that I maintained my innocence all this time. I said I was defending myself. I didn't get into who did what. But the victim is telling you who did what. And I understand that there are other witnesses.
Is she accurate, sir?
I'm not going to get into that. But it does open wounds. And certainly I am relieved that people are saying what the truth is, that I did not shoot those people. I maintain that I never shoot nobody, that there were other guns there. I always said that. That has not changed. And that is the testimony that came out. Fragments were never removed, so there was never any forensic testing to say who it was. But the victims are vindicating me. Witnesses are vindicating me. But I have moved on. I'm not trying to relive that. And so I am appreciative of whatever contributions Diddy has made to help the people of Belize. I wish him well, I pray for him, and I pray for the alleged victims. And if it is true, may justice be served. If it is not, it's a tragedy, because a global icon would have been destroyed. When it opens wounds, when you hear the victim saying that it was Diddy that shot her, that is what is the most remarkable. Oh, you didn't see that?
I saw it.
Okay. And that was triggered by a lawsuit from a producer that produced on the Love album, who is making accusations, and in those accusations he says that the gentleman confessed to the shooting. And that is what stands out to me the most, because I've done my best to put it behind me and to move forward. But it certainly reopens the wounds that I've been saying this all along. Everyone knew all along that I was the fall guy. But my political enemies and, detractors tried to make me into, this criminal. But everyone knew that I was a young kid that took the fall. Everyone knew that. That was the story. I'm just saying that I maintained my innocence all this time. I said I was defending myself. I didn't get into who did what. But the victim is telling you who did what. And another, I understand that there are other witnesses.
Is she accurate, sir?
I'm not going to get into that. But it does open wounds. And certainly I am relieved that people are saying what the truth is. That, I did not shoot those people. I maintain that I never shoot nobody, that there were other guns there. I always said that. That has not changed. And that is the testimony that came out. Fragments were never removed, so there was never any forensic testing to say who it was. But the victims are vindicating me. Witnesses are vindicating me. But I have moved on. I'm not trying to relive that. And so I am appreciative of whatever contributions Diddy has made to help the people of Belize. I wish him well. I pray for him, and I pray for the alleged victims. And if it is true, may justice be served. If it is not, it's a tragedy, because a global icon would have been destroyed.
So that's what he said. And then we're going to take a look back at what he said 2 years after. Wait, was it 2 years after he was home? Well, one of his first couple interviews that he did after getting out of jail, after him forgiving Diddy, because if everybody remember, when Shyne first came home, he wasn't messing with Diddy because he felt like Diddy and his attorney set him up. And I don't know why I did not know that Shyne was only 21 years old when that happened. He was young. So he basically got out of jail when he was 30, because he had 10 years, but he did 9. And he had to get, I think he had to get extradited back to Belize. But I was reading earlier that he went to Jerusalem when he got out of jail, because if some of y'all don't know, he had turned Jewish when he was in jail. So when he got out, he went to Jerusalem for a few years. Then he went back to Belize, and then started his run in the politics. Let me see if I can pull this video up.
She was sitting on not that one. Not that. She was sitting on your lap.
Yeah, so listen.
When I went to visit you on Rkelly Island, she was sitting on not that one?
Not that one.
Ah, damn, Shyne.
Yeah. But
it was more than that.
Well, listen, I'm married with a beautiful wife.
I know.
That's my wife.
Yo, listen, Shyne, we just taking a walk through memory lane. I see the family every day. I see the wife, the baby. God bless them. We the most respectful people in the world.
Perspective. We putting in perspective how I got to the Bad Boy song, the journey, because it was a journey. Like I said, I was young, millionaire.
Wow, do you see the difference of his talking a few days ago when he did the video I just showed in Belize, to the talking that he's doing here? Is 2 different accents. I think that's his Belize accent, and then you can hear this accent sounds definitely more New York. And I think he looked like a young Obama.
$1 million is nothing. But this R&B superstar, and there was another rap superstar, we ain't gonna say who she is, they both put me, in check and put me in perspective and let me realize that I'm not here just to have, a nice watch or a nice car. I'm here to be a legend. When it's said and done, whether I sell tens of millions of records, I want to make classic albums. I need to distinguish myself. I need to establish Shyne, the brand that could live forever, that could be exactly where we are right now, which is 20 years later. We celebrating the Shyne album, September 26th, and I'm a hip-hop legend. I put out 2 classic albums. I might have never even put out an album if it wasn't for those encounters where people, told me about myself, and I realized at that moment in time what I wanted to be. So when the ball dropped, 1998, December 31st, that was it. I said,
Good morning, Hilderman.
No more Cristal, no more buying out the bar, no more none of that. Like, I was so crazy. Me and Puff is cool now. We've reconciled. At that time, I was so crazy. I was such a crazy Brooklyn kid. I used to try to talk to his girlfriend. I might have even snuck off with one of his, favorite girlfriends. That's how out of it I was as a young boy.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is Joker moment. Like, will we know one of these the girlfriend?
I'm not going to say who it is. You have to ask him off the record and let him tell you the story. Maybe he'll come on after this. Because like I said, me and Puff is all right. I spoke to Puff maybe like 2 months ago. He supports my candidacy.
I saw y'all good. He supports what you're doing.
That's my guy.
Okay, so let's spin it and say, you in Jamaica, y'all shooting this video. You got Wolf, rest in peace, with you. You got the Goons with you. They chasing the bands. This is an iconic moment in hip-hop. What was that like, being a young dude, $1 million in the bank account, having some shit like this out?
At that point, it wasn't about the money. It wasn't about the ego. It was all about the art. It was all about, me making the greatest records, and I wanted to go down in the annals of hip-hop history. I wanted to be, one of the greatest ever. And that's what I was chasing, so I wanted to make timeless, classic music. So before I got to Jamaica, I had to get on Funkmaster Flex. I'll never forget, it was like May, and Flex, was just dropping bombs after bombs after bombs. That was really the moment, because I really fought to get to Jamaica. I fought to even get in the studio after, the entire incident, in Club New York, because BMG wanted to drop me, and I might have never came out with an album. This is, 1999. After the incident, so by the time I got to Jamaica, I'll tell you what was happening in Jamaica. In Jamaica, I was fasting. I was fasting because, I'm a spiritual person. I've always been a spiritual person. So what was happening for me in my life at that time was a miracle, because that incident in Club New York almost ended my career. And, I would have just went back to Brooklyn, and I would have been, nobody, and all I used to pray for is, I know that I defended myself, I defended my friends, and my prayer to God.
Shyne, when that happened, when that incident you allegedly did that, did you feel as if you were in fear for your life, or was you protecting your friends?
I was in fear for my life.
What would make you think, in top of the world, you in there with Puff, you in there with J-Lo?
Listen, no. Scar, who was the instigator, I know Scar from Brooklyn. Those are my guys. I didn't really have a problem with them. That wasn't my beef. That was Puff's issue. they had a problem with Puff for whatever reason. I don't know what their problem was with Puff. I'm not saying that it was a legitimate problem. But
so
that
what I'm saying to you is
Scar, Nino, and the entire Brooklyn crowd was in Club New York. I seen them. It was all love. But when they started arguing with Puff, I know what these Brooklyn guys are capable of. I know what Scar is capable of. I knew what Nino was capable of. I knew. My charger. I know what happens once these arguments start. You know, when these arguments start, you know, it becomes a problem. I'm just trying to charge my phone.
What I'm saying to you, Shyne.
Once Scar starts saying, you know, I'm gonna kill you, you know, you DOA, you know, once he starts talking crazy, yeah, I became afraid for my life. I know what happens, you know, once he says, you know, it's about to happen, you know, it's about to happen. And I seen somebody reach for a gun, and I reached for my weapon, and I defended my friends and myself, because once he starts firing, once whoever else pulls out a gun starts firing, it doesn't stop there.
So Shyne, you don't think I'm over here with Puffy? There's two ways to think of it. I'm over here with Puffy, I'm over here with J-Lo, the biggest, richest stars in the world. This shit gonna be on CNN? Or do you just react at the time like, yo, I got it?
I'm thinking about saving my life. I'd rather be tried by 12 than carried by 6.
Mm-hmm. And how did Puffy take it at the moment? Did he take it as, yo, you fucking my shit up doing that? Or, thank you for saving my life?
You know, I think for him, it was more, you know, he's a corporation. And he's just thinking about the corporation. So obviously, you know, something like that affects the corporation terribly. But at the time, I was just thinking life or death. You know, so, we didn't have an opportunity for him to say thank you for saving my life, for saving Jennifer's life, you know, for saving all our lives, because he was thinking about, you know, the corporation, and, you know, that put the corporation.
Do you think he thinks you jumped the gun? Do you think he thinks you jumped the gun?
You know, you'd have to ask him that. You could ask me, do I think I jumped the gun? And my answer is absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And so now you in trial, one of the most legendary trials in the world.
Yeah.
You fighting for your life, Puffy fighting, Wolf fighting. And we ain't got to go into detail, but I feel like you felt like the other lawyers was like, yo, my guy ain't do it. Maybe that guy did it. That's the word on the street.
That's absolutely what it was, you know, and you know, Puff apologized. He did apologize to me for that, you know, when we met in Paris. And, you know, he did say, you know, he could have handled it better, but he was under a lot of pressure, you know, from the lawyers, you know, to throw me under the bus. And that's exactly what, you know, Benjamin Brafman and Johnny Cochran and the entire Dream Team, that was their position, you know, because again, Puff was a corporation, you know, Puff, you know, is a $500 million corporation. And so nobody is going to sacrifice the corporation, you know, for anyone else, you know.
And I'm taking that J-Lo was terrified. I'm taking that J-Lo was terrified.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously it was a terrifying moment for all of us. I was terrified because I know Scar. You know, rest his soul. You know, he's dead now, but I know Scar. I know these guys from Brooklyn. I knew what they were capable of. So that was not me trying to, you know, flex. That was not me trying to demonstrate bravado. That was not me trying to get a name. that was me really trying to, see my mother the next day. And I was always taught that it's better to be tried by 12 than carried by 6.
And you know what's crazy though, Shyne, is like, I believe consistency is key. And I believe you judge a person by the action. And if something happens and there's something real questionable of anybody, I go back to that same person and I say, well, how this person spend every other time? And then I got to judge him by that. So you, after 10 years in jail, after being in Belize, changing your life, you saying the same shit. So why wouldn't I believe you by saying you was in fear for your life? Yeah. And that's why you did that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You go to jail.
One of the things I want to put in perspective is, that's part of it, but the most important part of it, which I think, you told me before we got on here, we're going to inspire the world. I see a lot of darkness, a lot of destructive forces are out there right now that have a platform that are misleading, our people. And, I think that I'm the embodiment of integrity. Because the way I behaved after my arrest and during my trial is very important. Because there's nothing more that district attorney wanted than the conviction of Sean Puffy Combs. There was nothing more.
And I'm going to go on the record saying, I think Puffy would have killed himself if he would have, and this is on Revolt TV. So they could call me, they could argue with me, they could do whatever. I'm going to go on record and think Puff Daddy was not going to do 10 years in jail, 20 years in jail. He was not.
But I'm just saying that I want to inspire the new generation that there is such a thing as integrity, there is such a thing as morals, as values, as principles. And I prefer, you could argue that if I would have, because I guess there's another rapper that just told on his entire crew, and he's out now, and he gets, a bunch of streams and, millions of people tune into his live. I prefer to be, penniless. I prefer to just have a regular life and be a regular 9 to 5 or whatever. And have
now let's get to that. Hold on. Let's get to this, Shyne. Let's get to this, Shyne. It's great that you opened up that window. When you was coming up in the game, you was calling yourself Shyne Poe. Yeah. As if you were influenced by Alpo from Harlem.
Yeah.
And I never understood that. And after you did your time and people took the stand against you and all that, did you ever look at that and said, maybe this is a mistake calling myself Shyne Poe?
In retrospect, I guess you could make that argument. You can make that argument. I didn't go out like.
You didn't realize the ramifications.
I didn't go out like
after the Shyne.
But I didn't go out like Alpo.
Oh no!
I didn't go out like Alpo.
No.
So I took the name. I got the name Alpo. Or I got the name Shyne Poe from one of Alpo's girlfriends, who was my girlfriend. And she gave me the name Poe because, she thought, that I was just like him. I was young, millionaire, from the streets. And, that's how I got that name. So it kind of stuck with me. And,
so as you reflect back, you realize that the Poe.
There's Edgar Allan Poe as well, the poet. So,
you heard it here. This is a Joker moment.
Yeah, I didn't had in my life.
Edgar Allan Poe. God damn,
I didn't had in my life.
That story first.
Yeah.
I wish you would have just said, "Whoa, wait a minute. I'm like the great narrator, Edgar Allan Poe."
Yeah. No, I'm transparent. I'm not gonna sell you.
Shyne, I've gone Shyne, I've gone to visit other rappers other than yourself in jail, and they've all been in protective custody. They all been different, man. I went to see you on Rikers Island, and you had a different R&B rap. Tell your wife I love her, and I respect her, and I want to send her a gift. No, because you know I got a wife for life. I'm not trying to throw shit in the game. Not at all. I'm trying to paint the picture, right? But I respect your wife and your family to the highest level.
No, this is in the book. This is in
history.
Film.
So I walk in Rikers Island. You tell me to come.
Yeah.
And you got an R&B who sells millions of records sitting on your lap in the middle of Rikers Island, and the prisoners are all over, and I'm there with you, and I'm like, holy shit! Like, Shyne, he's just in jail. He's in here like it's the streets. And what was it like? Was it different for you when you went up north than it was in Rikers Island? Because in Rikers Island, I seen you. It was a joke.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't. Being incarcerated. There's nothing about being incarcerated that's a joke. It's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare. No matter how you slice it and you dice it. But I'm a warrior, and I conditioned myself. That one day I was gonna wake up from this nightmare. So really what I did is I just made the best of my nightmare. But I was living a nightmare, make no doubt about it. But I stayed in prayer. I was a very spiritual person. I'm still a very spiritual person. I pray as much as I did then. I'm just a little bit more about actions, more about my charity work. I have a charity, the Mesopotamia Human and Social Development Foundation. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, helping people, who are impoverished, single mothers, elderly people, drug addicts. So that period was a nightmare. Make no doubt about it.
We get into that, right? I want to know.
Going up north was a nightmare because I was further away from my family. But even when I was on Rikers, I didn't even take visits. I didn't even want to see anybody. I didn't even want anybody to see me in that position. The only reason I had you come to see me and I had that R&B superstar come to see me is to show love to my fellow comrades, to let them, to lift their spirits. Because I knew the joy and the happiness that would bring to them. And that's what that was really about, so.
Okay, Shyne. Yeah. Shyne, you go upstate, right?
Yeah.
Most people go upstate, they either wild for the night or they become Muslim.
Yeah.
You become Jewish.
Yeah.
Please explain
my great.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I wish Fat Joe stopped cutting him off. Like, God darn. Let him get his words out. And I want to know, who was that rap female superstar that sells a lot of records that went to see Shyne at Rikers Island, was sitting on his lap? I wonder who that was. Because that was what, after 2001? I wonder who that was. And wait, did they say rapper, right? It wasn't no Nicki Minaj's and Cardi B's out there. So it only had to be either Little Kim, Remy Ma, and Missy Elliott. I don't think it was no older MC like Queen Latifah. I don't know.
Just fuck a joke for a moment. There's a Malcolm X moment. Like, we in jail and Malcolm turned into a Muslim. How did you turn into like a Hasidic Jewish?
Yeah, well, you know, initially, my parents, you know, my great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents are Jews from Portugal, Lindo, right? Lindos, they went to Jamaica, and they were ship magnates from Jamaica, and then they came to Belize. You know, my great-grandfather Rudolph and George Lindo, and then we go all the way back to David Lindo and to Ephraim Lindo, back in the 1800s, coming from Portugal, going to Jamaica, and then coming to Belize. So that's a part of me, you know, that's a part of my truth. So maybe that's...
How did you discover this, Shyne? Shyne, how did you discover it? Everybody,
it was just a part of family. It was just a part of family understanding. Like,
so before you even went to jail, there was people in your family was Jews.
Well, not Jews like, you know, the Jews on Eastern Parkway, but just like Jews, like regular Jews in Tel Aviv, who are Jews, and Jews in New York who are Jews, but they don't observe anything Jewish, and they're only Jewish because of, you know, their great-grandparents.
I seen you with the hat myself. You came to my show in Paris.
Well, that was
the hat and the long jacket with the pearls.
That was after I came out of incarceration, because again, like you said, you judge someone.
Shyne, I thought you caught a lick or something. I thought you met some Jews in there that was billionaires.
No. That was my truth. Listen, you know, I changed my name to Moses. You know, Moses was married to an Ethiopian woman, by the way. You know, Moses is from Egypt. Egypt is in North Africa. So it's really not far-fetched that you have African Jews.
No, I believe your truth. I got friends that are black Jews from Egypt.
But that's what I'm trying to say. You know, being a Jew is not necessarily a race. You know, being a Jew is a religion. You know, and a belief.
Well, you know, if you feed into what the streets think, right? Yeah. Everybody thinks Shyne comes home from 10 years like Tupac and just bombs on everybody. And he's gonna go crazy, and then you come out and you're changed, and it's a beautiful thing, Shyne.
You forgetting the period. There was a period where I was going. Yeah, I'm charging my phone so it keeps falling. But there was a period where I was going back and forth a little bit. You know, I had some stuff to say about some people when I first came out. You know, but you know, I definitely regret that. You know, more so, you know, than sticking with the name Poe that I was given, you know, by Alpha's girlfriend. I definitely regret all that negative energy. You know, I think I should have came out and I should have focused on making music, and just focused on, you know, reestablishing, you know, and securing my legacy. I think I spent way too much time worrying about other people, and I should have just focused on myself. You know, but what happened is I ended up going to Israel. You know, after I came out, I did a multi-million-dollar deal with Def Jam. LA Reid flew down to Belize on a private plane. Just want to say one love to all the Belizeans watching me out there, because you got a lot of Belizeans in the States, in Los Angeles.
I love the Belizeans. I love the Belizeans.
In Atlanta. You know, you got the Garifuna crowd, real heavy and real strong, the Belizean Garifuna people. You got the Belizean artists. We got some hot Belizean artists out there doing their thing. King Kosa, check them out. Big Bang, you know, check them out. You know, those are two of the biggest right now out there in the States trying to do their thing. OT Genesis is a Belizean. He's a Garifuna Belizean, you know, so maximum respect to him. You know, but I came out, I went to Israel just, you know, to go for vacation for Rosh Hashanah, which is something that, you know, I had been saying for the last 10 years that, you know, next year in Jerusalem. So I didn't really come out to go be a Hasidic Jew or to become ultra-Orthodox. you know, I just came out to go visit Jerusalem. It's the Holy Land for everybody. It's the Holy Land for Catholics. It's the Holy Land for Muslims. It's the Holy Land for everybody. And I just, you know, wanted to touch the Holy Land. And when I went there and I seen them kids that look just like me, because you got a lot of Jews in Israel, you know, that are Sephardic Jews from Iraq, from Iran, from Ethiopia, you know, from Egypt, that look just like me. And I seen them kids running around with them little things coming down their skull. It just spoke to me, you know, and, you know, we see a lot of people suffering from mental illness. A lot of rappers breaking down mentally right now. You know, I was very concerned that after 10 years that I would preserve my mental health and I would preserve, you know, my state of mind. And, you know, I think it was important. That journey was important. Those years that I did in Israel were very important, which is leading to where we at now, where I'm running for the House of Representatives. And I'm going from, you know, being in trouble with the law to making laws that will not oppress the very few, will not oppress the marginalized, will not oppress, you know, those people who are impoverished and who don't have means to do better for themselves. So they might make a mistake and go and commit crimes in order to feed themselves and feed their families. And so, as Ari Melber was talking about on his show, the justice system punishes them to a level where they could never recover from that, and they're criminalized in perpetuity. I'm in a position now where I can legislate and create policy at the root to prevent anyone from even being in a position where they're so desperate to commit crimes. But if they were to happen to commit a crime and make a mistake due to whatever factors or whatever influences, I can make sure that they have a path to redemption, using myself as the greatest example. You know, after I came back to Belize 10 years ago, the first thing I did was I went to the children's home and I went to visit the kids in the hostel. I went to visit the kids whose, you know, parents couldn't take care of them because they were too out of control. And I went to talk to them and try to inspire them and try to lift them up. I went to the prisons to try to say to my brothers and my sisters in the prisons that, you know, there's a better way. And I'll be there for them to support them. That's what I've been doing for the last 10 years. I've been helping the musicians in Belize out of my pocket, hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, I'm a living, walking redemption song, redemption story. And so it's important for me, as someone who said, "Dear America, you know, I'm only what you made me." It's important for me, who sung all these songs about systematic oppression and the system that doesn't work for the masses. I'm in a position right now to make sure that at least in Belize, I can create policy and legislation that's going to work for the impoverished, that's going to work for the marginalized and the vulnerable in our society. So that's what Israel did for me. Israel gave me the opportunity to breathe. You know, I sat in a cell for 10 years. That's a nightmare. And I sat in the cell for something that I didn't do. I sat in the cell for trying to defend myself and my friends. And self-defense, they have stand your ground laws in Florida where you from, or where you living now, Joe. Where if somebody tries to hurt you, you're allowed to defend yourself. So imagine sitting there for 10 years for defending yourself and your friends and watching your life, your career. Even though I was lucky to put out a #1 album, it's still not being out there performing in front of tens of thousands of people, doing what I do. I love making music. I love performing.
They took time. See, time is the most precious thing in the world. And they took it, and that's why they invented prisons, to take time from people. You understand? And I believe everything you say. And I believe you change. And I'm rooting for you to win the election. You deserve it. You have a beautiful family. You have a beautiful spirit. And the reason why I walked them through this, and I don't do this with everybody. Everybody got different stories. Everybody ain't as real as you, Shyne. I'm keeping it real. Like you did. Like a real man. believe in your own Israel.
We've been
that's
friends.
What you believe in.
You got to tell them we've been friends. We've been friends for 20 years.
We've been friends before you went to jail.
That's what I'm saying. For 20 years, since we met in '99, I guess 21 years.
And I love you. And what you want me to tell somebody? But I needed you to understand that because even me, somebody like myself, I was a bad guy before I rap. And there's people in the Bronx, there's people, police, who believe that no way this guy changed. No way this guy, and I've been screaming at everybody, I change. I'm a nice guy. I used to be with 100 guys. Now I'm with my wife and my daughter. And they still don't believe me. Right? I got friends who are powerful, who are rich, or politicians, that their friends tell them in their ear, watch it with this guy. This guy is, and they say, you can't stop me from loving this guy. This guy's a good man. He gives back every chance. He looks out for his community. So I know where you're coming from. So that's why I wanted to explain to people the whole thing. Not to glorify the past or what happened, but to show that someone can honestly change their life and become a beautiful person, a good man, a family man, and even better yet, a politician that can actually make laws that affects the people, the common people. Yeah. And that's why I wanted you to tell your story, not for nothing else.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I definitely, I hope that, as you said, we can inspire this generation to believe in principles and morals and values and integrity. It really does matter. Character really does matter. You know, who you are as a person really does matter. And that's why I think we've been friends for so long. Because I've been, my battery's going out. Again, I've been this guy with integrity throughout every period of my life, no matter what I've been through. I've been the same guy. And I think that's very important, and that's what has led me to the point I'm at in my life now, where I can lift my nation up. The same way I see the beautiful work you do for Puerto Rico, when they're going through their difficulties, you're always there. I see you getting on the jet, you and Jay and the Rock Nation and everybody. And that's what life is really about. Life is about service to others. And, I thank hip-hop. I thank hip-hop music for making me who I am. Because as a legislator, as a leader, I thank hip-hop for that. Hip-hop taught me how to be a CEO. Taught me, I own my own publishing company since I was 19 years old. I started off with a joint venture, then I got an administrative deal, and I own my own publishing company. I own my own record label, my own production company. Hip-hop taught me how to be an entrepreneur, which is what I'm teaching young people in beliefs.
When do you run for office? What date?
November 4th.
I'm coming down there, Shyne. I'm coming down there.
We open the airports October 1st. If anybody wants to donate, they can donate to my PayPal, Shyne Barrow Messup 2020 at gmail.com.
I'm coming. Say that again, Shyne.
Shyne Barrow Messup, that's MESOP 2020 at gmail.com. But again, it's all about
Shyne, I'm coming down there. I'm coming down there if you allow me to. And I want to put up posters. I want to talk to the people. I
need you to come down with that bag. I need you to bring some bags with you. Because,
I'm coming with the bags. I'm coming with the bags.
Make sure you knock on all the doors, tell all your friends.
Y'all know you was a change man.
I see you out there with Hudson Daddy.
I thought you was a change man. You're shaking me down.
You got it. No, I'm just telling you. You got it. Obama, Biden, all the guys that run for president, they got to come down with the finances. We got to make sure that we have the operation
I'm coming
strong.
And I'm going to help you have people donate to your shit. There's no doubt about it. I'm coming down, and Khaled is in the things, and I'm going to try to gas him to come too. And we're going to go to Belize, and we're going to put up posters for you. Look at what Khaled just said. Shyne the real one. Yo, we coming, bro. There's nothing better than how we bring the bags.
I just saw him in Jamaica. I just saw him in Jamaica last year.
We coming to stand right next to you.
Buju Banton.
Buju Banton, yeah. When Buju Banton came home, you know.
Yes. Yeah, respect to Buju Banton.
You called me and you said, yo, Joe, I'm out in Jamaica. I said, Shyne, don't worry. And I plugged you right in with Khaled. And, you know, because you are family, we love you for life.
It was good to see Khaled. Yeah, it was good to see
Yo, Shyne, let's keep in touch because my battery's wasting too. Let's keep in touch. And I'm coming down there. You need bags? We get bags. Promise. We'll get bags.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother.
I want to come in person. I want to see you win. I want to stand there and look at you win. That's what I want.
And it's going to be a great moment for hip-hop. It's going to be a great moment for hip-hop when I get elected to the House of Representatives, because that's what hip-hop is. Hip-hop is transformative. Hip-hop is transcendental. Look how many hip-hop billionaires we have. That's what we do. We're not just young black men that get shot in the back or they step on our knee, or they put their knees on our necks and they treat us like animals. No, we're legislators, you know, we're CEOs, you know, we're business owners. And so this is going to be a great moment for hip-hop for me to get elected to the House of Representatives and show the other side.
My brother, I love you. God bless you.
Please
tell your wife I love her, your family, and I'll be in Belize.
Everybody visit Belize. I encourage everybody to come to Belize when Joe is coming to Belize.
Oh, no,
everybody, you're welcome.
Once again, hold up, Shyne. One more before we go, because you know this is the biggest show in the game. Yo, Shyne, tell them how to donate to the PayPal.
That's SHYNE B.
So as y'all can see, that was the video that he did years ago, which was after he came home and he came back from I think Jerusalem. But my question was, did he be worried of the new video he did saying that the accuser is now vindicating him? Did he be worried? And I know that, well, in my opinion, it would be double jeopardy if they would try to retry him. And if I'm wrong, y'all can just put it in the comments. But I think if they find new evidence, no. Or if they find like he paid a juror off, like how they tried to get Robert. Or yeah, because other than that, even with her lawsuit, if I'm not mistaken, her lawsuit was, I guess, saying that, well, I'm pretty sure her lawsuit was because Diddy had money. Nobody else had money that was a part of it. Is why she sued him. But I don't know if her lawsuit was actually saying Diddy did it. Because with the OJ thing, I didn't know that even though he was found not guilty in court, civilly, they said that he was found liable for his ex-wife and guy Ron's death. I couldn't understand that. If he was found not guilty criminally, how can you find him guilty civilly? So I guess with the female who's claiming that Diddy pop out her, that's how she must have got the money civilly when she sued. Um, but now with her saying she still has the ballistics in her jaw, or her, yeah, I think that's what she said. And that she will actually go under surgery just for them to get the ballistics out, just for them to get the fragments out of her face, so that they can test the fragments to see what gun that it came from. I think that's like really over the top that she's really willing to go under surgery for it. Okay, okay, I figured that. But don't they say if it's new evidence, then it can be a new trial? Because she's stating that she will go under surgery just for them to test the bullet fragment, so they can see actually what gun that it came from. Now that's new evidence because they didn't have that in the trial. So I don't know if they would try him for the perjury and then bring in the bullet fragments. Because you're right, that's But see, this is what I was worried about. Yeah, that's statute of limitations. But you know, if they use the RICO law, then it's not. With the RICO, that's how they bypass the statute of limitations, and they can charge you all around the United States. That's what Shahada was talking about, the one who prosecuted Robert. That if they don't have the RICO with Diddy, then the case will fall apart because you can't. It'll be the statute of limitations. If they don't have a RICO, and the RICO gives them venue, the RICO lets them go back 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and then what they'll try to do with the RICO with Diddy is try to prove that this was a, a, a criminal enterprise that were people getting unalive, shootings, um, and making people do this and do that. And I think that that's the way they're going to try to do it. I really do. And if y'all didn't know, what's his name? NBA YoungBoy, he's just been arrested, and they're claiming that they're going to possibly. He was already on federal house arrest, awaiting a gun charge, and you know you can't get arrested while you're on house arrest waiting to, for another case. But he also caught a new case, and with this case, they're claiming that he allegedly was a part of a drug ring and was selling prescription pills. In some way, they got a paper trail of a pharmacy that they were getting medicine from using doctors' names, DEA numbers, and I guess the last one they tried to call in and get, they called like 4 times that day. In some way, that's how they got him, because they called the police, and in some way, the police called back and act like they was the pharmacy, and it was like, oh, y'all calling about the from the pharmacy? Oh yeah, we're trying to get that prescription, and still was trying to get the prescription, but didn't know that they were on the phone with the police. So to make a long story short, they had pulled over NBA's car, but his family members was in it or something. And I guess they called him and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's my car. I gave them permission. That's my family in there." But what he didn't know is once he said, "Yeah, I gave them permission," now everything that's in the car, they gonna blame, him for it. It'd been different if he was like, "Oh no, I didn't know they had my car. No, I ain't getting permission." But since he said, "Yeah, I gave him permission," they went and searched the car and they found bottles of prescription drugs, uh, um, a G-Win, and then they went and raided this house and found more bottles of prescriptions. And the prescriptions bottles that they found, the names matched the same names from the prescriptions, the names that was on the prescriptions from the pharmacy. So if y'all don't know NBA YoungBoy history, they already was saying that he was tied to a lot of unalived individuals in where he's from in Baton Rouge. He was going through a lot of beefs when he first came out and signed this deal. Like it was a lot of back and forth Twitter beefs, Instagram, same thing like the Vaughn situation, how Vaughn and his ops, aka enemies, used to argue back and forth on Twitter. But during the time of these things, the FBI, the local police, they wasn't on it. And it's crazy how to me they going all the way back. When this stuff was going on, y'all paid it no mind. So I think that they was trying to get NBA YoungBoy all along. So that's why the judge was like, "Oh yeah, I'll put you on house arrest." He was on house arrest for 2 years. This case he been fighting been like 3 years. He has a beautiful mansion out there in what is it, Salt Lake City. A whole freaking mountain thing right outside his mansion. A whole nother house above. I mean, it's beautiful, but I guess it's still he on house arrest, can't go nowhere. But I think he can go. He was able to go like a certain amount of feet outside his house and stuff because he was doing video shoots there. But I guess he started inviting his family up there, friends. So I don't know if this was their pill bottles. And then a couple months ago, he had posted a picture on Instagram, which I think he was trolling, but he was laying on the floor and it was a bottle of pills fell over, and you see the prescription bottle and a cup of lean. And these are the two things that they claimed that they were getting out the pharmacy, promethazine and pills. So when they went and raided his house, they say he got smart with them and I'm gonna still keep doing what I'm doing or whatever. And when you on house arrest awaiting a GUN case, you're not supposed to read around no other GUNs. And they found more of them in his house. So I really think that they're going to try to hit him with a RICO. He got over 63 charges. I know for a fact the judge is definitely not letting him out there on no house arrest. Because whoever the judge is, they're going to feel like a slap in the face by even letting him out on house arrest. But like I said, he was doing very good. I don't know what transpired now. I think they started letting him come outside like a certain amount of feet outside his house because he was recently doing a lot of video shoots and a lot of bloggers and content creators was going up to his house doing interviews. So now he's locked up. And like I said, I think they're going to hit him with a RICO. Then when I was reading into some stuff with Atlanta, a lot of this YSL stuff goes back to 2012, 2013. When you listen to the interrogation videos of the guys that was supposed to be part of YSL, they were getting locked up since 2012, 2013. A lot of them already was telling. And I just guess Young Thug didn't know because they still was around him. They had caught a big case with the cop case where the cops was pulling up on them. I think they just had robbed somebody, but then they was running from the cops in the car. Then they wound up crashing the car. But then the cops started shooting at the car. An individual from the car was shooting back at the cops. I believe two of the defendants got shot. I don't think the cop got shot. The cop just shot. And a lot of them from that case was already telling. They were listening to all the jail calls, and I don't know why. I don't know if you could blame that they were young. I don't know. But when I say they were talking on these jail phones like it wasn't nothing, I don't know why they didn't have an attorney from the RIP telling them, hey, whatever you do while you're in there, don't talk about your case or nothing over the phone. They were telling everything over the phone. Like they just had no clue that they were listening. And with that particular case that they caught with the police with the shooting, one of the guys was on the phone stating, oh, damn man, I should have ran that way with Thug. So they automatically implemented the Thug in that. Then a lot of others was catching little cases, and they all was running around Atlanta saying it was YSL. We YSL. They sat back, let Thug get his due. He became a millionaire, started putting out all these hits, and in my opinion, he still was associated with a lot of the guys in the neighborhood. The way the prosecutors are trying to say, like he still was supplying drugs to the neighborhood, he still was in the mix of the individuals from the neighborhood, even though he's a millionaire now and he still was associated with these people. And like I said, I don't think Thug knew back in 2012, 2013, a lot of them guys already was telling who YSL was, that they was a gang, that this one and that one worked for Thug, this one is on Go. I mean, they were talking like hell. So a lot of that beef with what's his name, Lucci, the one that used to mess with Lil Wayne's daughter, when they all start beefing, and Rich Homie Quan's old manager that got unalive, that's who Fannie Willis allegedly supposed to have this relationship with. If y'all remember, before Fannie Willis was DA, or whatever her title is, she was a defense attorney. And it's multiple videos of her being an attorney for multiple of them guys from YSL. Multiple guys from that area of Atlanta, period. So she had to know at one point what a lot of them guys was really into because she was their defense attorney. Now, when that guy P, Rich Homie Quan's ex manager, got unalived, I think that's where it got personal for her. And when she got her spot, all of a sudden she wanted to put down this indictment. Then Lucci gets indicted. Because again, the talk of these guys from 2012, they were talking so much to these detectives, to these undercovers, that they been knew all the beefs. They been knew who beefing with who. They been knew, like the guy Woody. They put out his interrogation video. That dude was talking to the cops for damn 3 hours. And he was telling them, all right, I'll give y'all something, but y'all gotta look out and make sure I don't be in jail. I always give y'all stuff. Then I gave y'all something the last time I got arrested. Like he basically was telling that every time he sees them, he gives them information. He's telling everybody's name. Like the detectives knew these individuals by name. So when she was talking about it's going to be more indictments coming, and now the rumor is the baby. Wait, am I saying no? Little baby. They trying to say he's a part of some gang with his crew in Atlanta. And then I'm thinking like, no, y'all sound like y'all going after all the rappers. And the only way y'all can get these people is through Rico. What they say? Let me check. But a lot of these rappers, they better get like lawyers because I really feel like that's gonna be their motive to come after all of them with this Rico, and that way they can go back. Meaning, even before they got they deals, even before they became celebrities, because they're trying to say a lot of them was still dibbling dabbling in the streets, and they were gang warring. All right, it sounds better. Um, yeah, I really think that this is their way of trying to come after the industry, um, and our people, and especially with like I think with a lot of the rappers, they're gonna call themselves going after them. Only California, they can't use their lyrics against them because they calling it, their art, and it's a form of art. But I think that they're gonna be coming after a lot of the rappers and listening to their lyrics to see if it match things that actually took place or things that actually happened or is it just art. And then with these females saying that this one touched me, they did this to me, SA'd me or me, a lot of the um, individuals in the industry, singers, executive producers, I even think they about to start trying to come after some of the labels. Not the big labels, the Sonys and stuff like that. I think the independent labels, the ones where some of our people felt like they didn't like, for example, Tory Lanez. I think the baby, he has his own label. Um, yeah, like, and with them using these females that want to say that these artists did this and that and the third to them 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the way they can go after them is the Rico too. That's why when Robert was saying, y'all want to be laughing and all of that, but it just shows that they can go after anybody. And when everybody was sitting back, not wanting to pay attention to R. Kelly's case, not wanting to read the transcripts, not wanting to come to court, like forget all that, they should have showed up to court. So we could have put this information on bigger platforms. Shout out to Boosie. He was sharing the transcripts. And then when they see people like Boosie and them sharing the transcripts, oh now here comes Vlad and them. When it came out that the text messages of the mom. When Vlad did the interview with Robert, he sat right up there and told DL Hughley, oh yeah, I interviewed him, but I'm not putting it out. As soon as Jennifer Bonjean put out their lawsuit against Tasha K and Officer A, what do Vlad do? Oh, now he drops his interview with Robert. Because at first he's tried to say, oh yeah, I talked to R. Kelly. You know, he was saying a whole bunch of people names and conspiracy theories. Oh, but now that his lawyer put out the lawsuit saying that this is true, now you want to drop your interview. A lot of these people don't care for these artists, these rappers, singers, none of that. Vlad has made so much money off of our community. And I guess because he pays them, so that's why people definitely run over there. I didn't know that he paid them that money he pays them. He paid them good money. That's why they run over there. I think Adam 22, he pays money too. So this is why, especially the upcoming artists that need a little couple dollars, they won't go. Now Boosie has like a membership with Vlad, like a monthly thing. He pays him, and Boosie comes there, I think 2 or 3 times a month or something like that. That's why you see Boosie there more than others. Boosie feel like Vlad is not the reason for people getting arrested and stuff like that. When they get on his platform, they need to watch what they say. They open their mouth and say things, and that's what get them caught up. But at the end of the day, between Vlad platform and a lot of people going over there and speaking on this, speaking on that, shoot, Tasha K came out plenty of times and said she was giving stuff to the feds. You think Vlad ain't? And he goes right into the stuff to me. Oh well, when you did that, what was y'all selling? What kind of drugs y'all was selling? Okay, where was y'all at? Okay, what year was this? It's like he goes to the outrageous questions. And then our own people go over there and bash our own people. And when Fannie Willis said, when she first invited YSL, shout out to social media. She said because it makes their job easier where they don't have to go through years worth of investigation because everybody tells everything on social media. And it's true. Even with these on Instagram, these blog sites like Neighborhood Talks, the Jasmine brand, the Shade Room. Everybody think they famous if they get the Shade Room. The Shade Room is doing the same thing that a lot of bloggers on YouTube does. Sit back and wait for celebrities to go live, put their content out there because they're not going to strike you. Free content. So a lot of the celebrities is looking out for a lot of bloggers because they're giving you free content and you get money for it. But the Shade Room, in my opinion, they put a lot of our people in a bad light too. Neighborhood Talks definitely does it. Yeah, they post some stuff when people doing somewhat positive stuff, but majority is negative. And authorities probably just sit right back and collect information. And even with the YSL trial, you're right. I don't know how these juries, first of all, don't they get paid after the case is over? Because I remember a lot of jurors in the beginning was saying that they had to go into their savings. And some of them that left was because they said if they would have stayed, they would have either lost their job, they would have been backed up on their mortgage, or they wouldn't have knew how they was going to pay their bills. And then every day you got the prosecutors bringing something new, not giving it to the defense ahead of time to see if they want to redact something or if they got an objection to it. Now they impeaching their own witnesses. Like, it's just so messy, and I think it's not fair to make them guys just sit in jail when y'all could have put them on house arrest. They gotta come to court every day anyway. Where they going? But just to like tell them that their summer is over, that they're gonna be in themselves every day. And the prosecutor said that they'll be done presenting their case hopefully by September. That ain't even got nothing to do with the defense presenting theirs. And the prosecutor still have to cross-examine the defense witnesses. So yeah, you definitely talking after 2025. I think it's gonna be way after January. And then one of the lawyers, he put a motion in a few weeks ago saying that when he looks at the jurors, they're spaced out now. He said you can look at them and see they're not paying attention, how they used to be like real engaging, but he said some of them falling asleep. He said because now it's not exciting no more, and every time you look, they having a sidebar or they got to kick them out the courtroom because they got to address the judge and the jurors can't hear it. So many arguments. The prosecutor mislove every time the judge um 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 any of their motions that he denies, she throws a hissy fit. I never seen a prosecutor just argue, or if a judge say, okay, your motion is denied, you can file another one, I'll see if I can reconsider. I never seen a prosecutor just continuously argue with the judge. But Your Honor, we're begging you, can you please, you're like, miss, when the defense motion gets denied, they gotta chalk it up and keep it pushing. It's too much back and forth. It's like the judge is not putting his foot down. He will argue with the men, but now he's just starting to like even stand up to the prosecutors. And I guess the two women are in charge, so I guess that's why he don't talk to them a certain way because they're women. But no, it should apply to everybody. This is a waste of taxpayers' money. Blame Fannie Willis. And then I think that they're gonna come for um NBA YoungBoy next. And I just think at this point everybody needs to then they got all this rap beef going on with Drake, Kendrick Lamar, a whole distraction, Rick Ross, Quavo, and Chris Brown. It's just like a bunch of distractions from what's really going on. And everybody's sitting back and thinking it's a joke. But at the end of the day, they all need to be actually paying attention, reevaluating their circles, who they be having around, who been around, all of that. And then you got Jaguar Wright running back and forth to Dallas to the blue couch and calling out all these celebrities. Now, do I think that Jaguar Wright was probably seen some stuff when she was in the industry 20 years ago? Yeah and no. Do I think that she needs mental help, a lot of it. I've been watching her for the last, what, 3 years, and she's been arrested, what, like 4 or 5 times? When her mom was with her, she let her mom become homeless outside when they was putting all that stuff out there. Her sisters had to come get her mom. She wasn't giving her insulin. Like, it was a lot. She was married to that guy. Then after him, she got with another, the girl Todd, the female. Then she started dating another guy. Like, she's YouTube out. Everybody else is making money off of her lives or whatever. She's not even monetized. She's not singing. I think that the industry been cut her off. But she's going on this platform calling out all these celebrities, saying that they were doing this, they were doing that. And the crazy thing is, the video got over 1 million views. So now I think with a lot of this stuff that's going on with Diddy, people feel like they need to come out and speak on what she's saying, because now that all this is going on with Diddy, people going to be listening to certain things that's being said. And she done said that what's her name? What's that girl name? Claudine? I think that's her name. You might be saying it wrong. She done called out Young Jock, saying all these people was sleeping with Diddy, they was there, they was this. And I want to see now if some of these people going to try to sue her, because she's been saying these things, like slandering when she got in touch with Angelo, slandering Robert. She let that girl come out here and say she was Robert's daughter. She ran with that whole lie for almost 6, 7 months. Then that girl flipped on her. Them two don't deal with each other no more. But she never came out and apologized to Robert's family. She let that girl run around here. Oh, she looks just like Robert's mother. She looks just like Robert's mother, disrespecting Robert's mom. So I don't know if people want to believe Jaguar or not, but I don't. I think that she makes up a lot of stories because she was in the industry. So it's easy for people to like kind of believe her. People say, oh, well, why they ain't sue her if she's lying? Sue her for what? What do she got for them to sue? Now, this stuff that's going on with Diddy, I'm pretty sure this is making them definitely come out here and say something, because she just can't be running around, just saying anything now. So she said some things about Tasha K, because if y'all remember, Tasha K had beef with her when Tasha K did the Survivor Jaguar or whatever. So wait a minute, let me see if I can pull this up. And I think that the people from the Blue Couch, they just wanted views too, because Jaguar flipped out on them. And for some reason, she let them come back. Not vetting nothing that she says.
And people keep asking why because Jag.
And then talking about your own kids, and like I don't get it.
I was tripping when
I'm gonna go over there and see it. Let me see. Okay, here we go.
The 2C, they done skipped all the steps. They condensed it. So you got the cocaine in there, and then you got the ketamine in there, and they say that some of the dealers add the ecstasy in there.
And I think she really has like a thing for Jay-Z. It's like ever since she did that uncensored show with him, I forget what it was, when he was rapping off of her and she was singing everything in the background or whatever. I think she always wanted Jay. She couldn't get him, and that was that. But she even came out and said she was having sexual relations with Gerald Levert. I'm like, I don't know. I'm gonna let y'all hear some of the stuff that she said, and then I'm gonna go to Luke because shout out to Uncle Luke. He's running for House of Representatives in South Florida because he said the ladies who they put in office aren't doing anything. They just got the positions, and that South Florida needs people that's gonna stand up and really be there. So yeah, shout out to Uncle Luke trying to make a change. See, I don't understand this. How this got 640,000 views? I don't get it. And she got her own channel on YouTube, and they don't support her like this. This is how you know that people just like to mess, and they just like the stuff that she's saying, but can't verify if it's true. They just happy she's saying it. Because if all these people can support her to go on this platform, why wouldn't y'all support her on her own platform? It's not, don't make no sense to me.
And real quick, I have to go back to the raid real quick with Diddy. His sons were there, and he was not there at the house. And he was quiet.
That was the worst part of it.
And to see his sons being
How do you force your kids to do your perp walk? That was the worst part. All I could think about was Kim and Misa.
The girls.
Just her son. He left their son to be walked out backwards on camera for the world to see. Thank God Kimura got the girls.
This how you know that she didn't know what she was talking about because he had the girls. You know what I'm saying? This is why I said people just like to me that Jaguar speaks out on the industry and the things that people want to say or the things that people think really happened. That's why they just like happy about this because if you look in the comments, you got so many people like yes, protect Jag, protect her at all costs. Jag got heart. Um, Jaguar Wright is great. She needs her own platform. She got one. That's why I'm like, what is these people talking about? And because all this stuff is going on with Diddy and everything, I just think that people just hype that she's somebody that was in the industry. She's the only one that's coming out and not scared to say these people names, say the things that she's saying about these people. Because again, she has her own platform. She don't even have over 10,000 subscribers. Why wouldn't they support her regular platform? That's why I said I think that they must have haven't been following her on YouTube. But Jaguar needs mental health. And if people would have heard that recent audio that came out of last month when she was talking to her son, the only one that she got that's alive, because y'all know the other son was unalive. The way and all the lies she did with that girl who lied and said that she was Robert's daughter. They collected money off of that. Oh, she's getting a DNA test. Oh, we're gonna do the DNA test live. Oh, she looks just like Robert's mom, and then had it to reach out to Angela. That's why Angela was running around here. Yeah, shout out to Jag. Yeah, that's a queen. No, she just will come out here and say stuff that the people won't. That's why they are feeling her now. Or anytime she goes on other people's platform, I just can't understand why they don't support her personal platform. She has her own platform. They don't support that. And one thing I don't like that Jag do, how she talk about kids. Talking about getting the Black Panthers to essay somebody's kids and all it, like she be talking crazy on her platform. But again, because all this stuff is going on with Diddy, anybody who comes out and speaking on any of that or anybody in the industry, people gonna like it because the stuff that they want to hear, the stuff that they want people to say that they not gonna say. So if she's telling the truth or not, it doesn't matter. But hey, Little Mac, nothing that she says about Robert or the Aaliyah stuff, I would never believe her. When she had that girl Angelique, whatever her name is, out here lying, saying she was Robert's daughter, and then when they fell out, then all of a sudden Jag was calling her a liar. But you told the whole world she was doing a DNA test. You told the whole world that she was talking to Robert's mom, lying. Oh, Claudia Jordan. Now Claudia has came out and spoke because Jaguar threw her under the bus and said she was dealing with Diddy.
Me said, whoops, son. And Quincy's missing.
Quincy's missing.
She keep calling Wolf P. Diddy's bodyguard that got unalived, that's Misa's son, Justin's dad. You see what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So people would think like, oh wow, maybe this stuff is true. She was in the industry. When I heard her say she had a sexual relationship with Gerald Levert, I almost fell out my chair. And guess what else she said? That he was dealing with her since she was 16. Yeah. Her big Teddy. She used to go to the studio, this, that, and the third. Now, Miss Ra, who came out and spoke on Jaguar a few months ago, because all her people fell out with her. And she used to work with Jaguar recently, like the last, I guess, like 6, 7 years. But she said with the whole Bilal interview that he was supposed to do an interview with Jaguar, but she recorded him, took it to Storm Monroe. But she also said the reason why Jag speaks out on all these celebrities and everything, because she was the female that was in the industry having sex with this one, that one, and that one. Allegedly. That's what the lady said. And she said, and that's why she didn't last long in it. Because she was the one that would sleep with anybody. But then again, Jaguar says she's a victim. Then again, she says she was SA'd by Common and all these other people. I mean, the stuff that she says about Jay-Z is crazy. And I think she really had a crush on that man, and he didn't give her the time of the day. Or maybe he did. I don't know. She was singing on that platform with him for a while. Then she acts like she was so part of the Roots. Did she do a couple songs with them commercials? Yeah. But when Malachi died, which he is from about 3 blocks from we was raised at uptown in Philly, Jaguar was nowhere near around. But then she was on YouTube talking about his baby mom and her brother this, her brother that. And I emailed her one day like, well, why you ain't never come to none of the family affairs? Why you wasn't at, oh, they know me, they know. Listen, I just don't believe her. Her family came out and said that she has mental illness. They've been trying to get her help. And everybody on the internet, take this as a joke because she want clout. And I never knew nobody that wanted so much clout but don't want money for it. Everybody else is getting money off her views and everything she's saying. This man got 640,000 views, and on the last one, it's over 1 million. If y'all gonna let her come up on your platform and just say anything, at least pay her. Because why does she has a YouTube channel that ain't got over 10,000 subscribers? Doesn't make sense. I just think that she says stuff that people want to hear, and she says stuff that other celebrities not gonna say.
And lastly,
after he was questioned by the feds, I wouldn't be surprised if he was in witness protection right now, which means his father ain't never gonna see him.
have we seen the last, or is this just the beginning of that saga?
It's just getting started. Which is why I think people are so uncomfortable about me being in this position right now because of my press pass and because I'm going to be in the courtroom for the Keffe D trial. If we get to the bottom of Tupac's, when that is finally revealed, 15 other will be revealed with it. And you will find that they were all committed by the same two people, father and son.
Were you surprised by Keffe D's arrest for Tupac?
No. I'm just surprised that he hasn't given it up yet. I'm surprised that he hasn't gone to the feds yet.
And now Keffe D is saying that his book and all his interviews, that it was just freedom of speech. That he was just talking, that none of that stuff happened, and it was all for entertainment, and that he had was fighting cancer or had cancer, and he needed money, so he was doing interviews, and he knew that people were interested in the story, so he said he put a little twist on it, and that it was lies. So now that's his defense. Now we know that he said in multiple interviews that Diddy paid Biggie's godfather, but Biggie's godfather never gave Keffe D the money. So that's what exits Diddy. Now, if Biggie godfather would have gave Keffe D the check, then boom, that's saying he paid him. But by Biggie's godfather not ever giving Keffe D that money, then that's what saved Diddy. Because Biggie godfather could say Diddy gave him the money for anything. But if that check would have went in Keffe D hands, then they could have tried to say, okay, Diddy paid him to do this or whatever. So I don't know. I know that they saying that the trial supposed to start in July. So we'll see. Oh, she got a press pass. She got it 2 months ago, and she was down there at the court hearings. Then she trying to act like she a part of the case when all she's doing is being an observer, just like any media platform that they go down there. And I think she cool with somebody, media, just like Dennis Byron, and somebody gave her a pass. So that's why she's talking about her press pass.
Because he just got stabbed in jail.
Yes, he did.
He's been beaten 3 times. And I'm going to say it for a fact. I know you the one pulling the strings.
So they said that Keffe D got stabbed in jail and beat up 3 times. Now, when did this happen? Because I know recently he did get a bond. I think the bond was a little high. It was like $40-something thousand or something like that. But let me see. Is that what she said? Keffe D got beat up? No, let me see. Because I didn't hear that.
When that is finally revealed, 15 other will be revealed with it. And you will find that they were all committed by the same 2 people, father and son.
Were you surprised by Keffe D's arrest for Tupac?
No. I'm just surprised that he hasn't given it up yet. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to the feds yet. Because he just got sick.
This is how you know that she don't pay attention. That's how he told the first time. He had a proper agreement with the feds. And the officer, what's his name? The white guy. But because Vegas trying to say this is their jurisdiction, this is their case, is why the FBI backed off. And why Los Angeles had to back off.
In jail. He's been beaten 3 times.
Okay, so she said Keefe D got stabbed in jail. I didn't know that. I don't know why they wouldn't put him in protective custody. He's a very high profile inmate. When he got arrested, I remember him saying to the cop, when he came and got him from his house, they was like, man, how old is you, man? You 60-something years old, man, what you doing getting arrested? He said, oh, you don't know who I am? And he was like, no, he said, you don't know my case? And the cop was like, no. He was like 19 something. And he still was like, what? And he was like, the Tupac situation. He was like, oh no, he said, my case is the biggest case in America. And the cop was like, what's your case? And he said 19 something. I guess the day that Tupac was unalive. And the cop still was confused, like, huh? And he was like, the Tupac situation. He was like, oh. So right then and there, it let me know by Keefe D saying it like that. Oh yeah, my case is one of the biggest cases in America. They should have put him in protective custody.
And I'm going to say it for a fact. I know you the one pulling the strings. Reggie Wright Jr. Stop putting your dirty work on other people.
See, she's talking about Reggie Wright Jr. because Jeannie Dill be talking about Reggie Wright Jr. Choke No Joke be talking about Reggie Wright Jr. What's his name? The one that's in jail, Shook, and they saying Reggie Wright Jr. was like a dirty cop and he was around. He worked for Death Row. But this is what I'm saying. She's cool with Jeannie Dill. Y'all know Jeannie Dill and his thing with Diddy and his whole animosity. He said recently, everything he's been saying on YouTube, he will testify on the stand and repeat all of this stuff. And that's where I'm confused, like Choke, I ain't gonna lie. Because Jeannie Dill also claims he's from a set. He also claims he comes from a quote unquote, I mean, you want to call it gang, set, whatever, from New York. And them dudes don't move like that. Everybody want to say, oh no, Jeannie Dill, he was a federal agent. No, he wasn't. Jeannie Dill worked on probation. And he became a bodyguard. And he wound up opening up his own security. So I don't know where people got that he was a federal agent. No, he wasn't. But Choke is right. It's either you street and you following the street code, or you a civilian and you following the civilian code. And that's fine. But you can't use the street code at your discretion. But then when it comes to, because you got your issue with Diddy, I guess they said Diddy didn't give him some money that he wanted when he was trying to make a move or do something. And ever since then, he been mad at Diddy. And all of this been coming out. But now you out here saying that you testify and you gonna say this and that is snitching. And again, if you are following the street, yes, I'm gonna say something about you snitching. People that's civilians and not into the whole street thing. Be a civilian. They're not snitching when they tell. They're civilians. They're not in the street. They don't follow the street code. They didn't take an oath with the streets. But I'm noticing with this whole social media thing and YouTube and everything, they think because they go on these different platforms, oh, that ain't authorities. That ain't snitching. The guy or the dialogue. Why do you think that these prosecutors, these federal agents, they sit back and watch these YouTube channels? Y'all are making their job so easy, especially when you get up there talking about shootings and this one was there and that one was there and that one really shot the person and then that one had the gun and then that you are snitching. Then he start talking about some with Ja Rule. Y'all telling all of these incidents, just like Diddy's ex security guard, the other guy, he was the one that started talking about the spike bottles. Next thing you know, Little Rod had that in his lawsuit. And he put the Art of Dialogue's YouTube channel, the video, as a reference in the lawsuit for them to go back and watch when the security guard was talking about the spike bottles. And my thing is, you worked for Diddy all them years and you knew he was spiking people drinks and you ain't say nothing. So why are you talking now? You were there. You didn't say after you noticed he was doing that, man, I quit. I stopped working with him after that, man. No. You still was there for years. Same thing with Jeannie Dill. After a while, it's like, okay, oh, he broke Kim nose. He beat up Nisa so bad she had to crawl under the car. But you were there to witness these things. You did nothing. And you worked with him years after that. So y'all not even paying attention that y'all really implementing yourself in a lot of this stuff. Because if Diddy would have gave Jeannie Dill the money that he was looking for, or whatever, or a lot of them that still feel a type of way about money, or because like Robert always say, don't listen to the ones that were fired because they feel a type of way that they ain't getting the money they was getting, or they ain't getting no more fame or whatever. Because if it would have went the other way, would they all be out here talking? And I just can't respect you when you saying, "Oh, Diddy did this," and I seen him break Kim nose, and you did nothing. So why are you telling us? And then saying that you will testify and tell the judge, I'm at the court, if he's charged? That makes no sense to me. So you must gonna be asking for immunity because you're placing yourself at these places, just like Lil Rod saying that Diddy shot the guy G, but lied and said the guy got robbed outside. But really, Diddy and his son Justin shot him inside the bathroom, and Diddy made them all say that the guy got robbed, right? But if Little Rod would have got that money he wanted from Diddy, would he be talking about G and the shooting? Because you was there. So that means you knew Diddy shot him, and you sat up there and told another lie. You still was working with him after that, making a love album like everything was good, and you know he shot this man. So Diddy would have gave Lil Rod that $21,000 that he said he was owed. Would he been telling us all this stuff? No. He would have kept it in. So why are you telling us now when he shot the guy, why didn't you quit that day? As soon as you was able to leave or get away from him, look, I ain't going back. I just watched him do this, that, and the third. No, that ain't cool. I can't work with him. No, you stayed. So that's what bothers me with a lot of them. It's like if y'all would have got the finances y'all wanted, or if y'all could have still been in the industry and making some type of money, would y'all have still been up here talking like this? No, no. They ain't ready. Yep, little Mick. Because said that he talked to Suge and he told Jeannie Dill a few things that Suge told him, and Jeannie Dill went on YouTube and repeated, and Choke said he told him don't say nothing, and Jeannie Dill still came out and told. So that's why they beefing. And now Suge, now Choke for like Jeannie could have put his life in danger by saying what he said, because if you claiming that Diddy ain't no joke or Suge ain't no joke, then why would you put out there what I told you and could have put he claimed he could have put his life in danger, and then Choke for like Jeannie is on some rat and stuff by bringing up other people's names, and um yeah, Choke was the one that said Jeannie really mad that Diddy didn't give him money for some type of drug transaction. Yeah, they going at it hard.
You know exactly what you are. And so help me God if you don't keep my name out your mouth.
Now who said her name?
With the last time you were on the couch, you had mentioned, and it's crazy that you say these things. You talk about Bad Boy. You speak on Heavy D. You speak on I'll Be Sure.
Yeah.
And you say like, look who's standing. And now I'll Be Sure is now, he's being cryptic. Not too cryptic, but he's
very cryptic.
He's very cryptic. But
he's speaking louder than he's ever spoken before.
Ever.
And the reason why he's cryptic is for the sake of his son. Imagine having an enemy that has a position of influence in your child's life and knowing that that person sends you notes and messages every now and then. If you don't do this, if you don't do that, that boy is allegedly.
Oh, now you said
Imagine that.
Oh, now you said allegedly.
Imagine your baby mama
Oh, now you said
is
allegedly.
telling you that if you don't do what he wants you to do, he's going to try. And you know he's capable of it. Allegedly. Story in the Bible. 2 women had 2 babies. One woman went to sleep, rolled over on her baby. The other woman's baby was just fine. The woman whose baby, she got up, she went and stole the baby from her roommate. Then they fought over who the mother was. They went before the king, King Solomon. He heard both sides of the story and said, give me a knife. Give me a sword. He got the sword and he was like, I'm going to cut the baby in half and each of you can have a piece and then we'll be done with it. It was the real mother that said, don't harm that baby. She can have it. Why is nobody willing to accept, as monstrous as people are finding out that Diddy is now, that he wouldn't be willing to split Quincy and all? Because he would.
Yeah, he said some years ago, like during a TV show, that he would like harm his own mother to get what he wanted, or something along those lines. So,
well, I don't blame him for wanting to harm that. She's a victimized and it's pimp. She is first pimp.
okay. You know, your Bible story, I have to just sidetrack real quick and ask you this question. Or get your thoughts on it. There's a man who recently married conjoined twins. And he's only marrying one of them while the other is attached by the hip, and they both share the same bottom parts. Is there anything that you feel wrong with that, freaky or indifferent?
I mean, question is, what's wrong with the business down with it?
It does raise questions.
Like you forcing your sister to get ready so you can get off.
Well, the sister said she has to put on headphones to kind of zone
Yeah, but
out.
she's still feeling it.
That is still happening.
You forcing your sister to get ready. Showing that. What I feel as a selfish bitch. Right. Sit over there with my headphones on. La 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 la. Who wants to be under those kind of conditions? I'm only in love with the right side of you. The left side. I don't know who that bitch she can get this to. Crazy. Oh, am I sounding crazy? Everybody selfish except for the headphones. The thing that's tripping me out is, why don't you grab, like, are you in control of any part of the body? Like, you need to take a free hand and start beating the out of them every time they get to let you, he don't want it no more than. Like, you do a little skillet, and as soon as I get the fuck headphones, then get a pan. Like,
we hope she finds a man herself. We hope she finds a man herself.
I'm so scared. Why did this world, yo?
It's funny, you open up Beyonce's internet, it just gets weird.
Beyonce's internet.
That's what we're calling it.
That belongs to the devil. Unless you calling that the devil, she ain't number the employee.
Oh.
And half of which dumbass bitch.
So, you know, it's funny that it's crazy.
I know nobody want to accept that bitch bitch.
I think
I am confused. Why do people call this Beyonce's internet too? I never understood why people say that. I be hearing a lot of people say that. Y'all know this Beyonce's internet. I'm like, where does that come from? Beyonce's internet? I'm confused. Exactly. She just like Jeannie Dill. Jeannie haven't worked for Diddy since '97. If anyone responsible for being shot is Jeannie Dill, because then he said he was there, and some way they said put the gun up or something. I forget the story he says, but he said he seen the people. Boy. Wasn't Jeannie in the car with Biggie? I think.
She went and killed the girl Cats. The girl went to court and charged her with extreme witchcraft. She was hypnotized. She was drugged. Beyonce came and she was in there eating on her while she was asleep. No snacks, no killing people, cats. And guess what? They wouldn't give her a restraining order. They just told her to stay away from Beyonce and work for somebody else. Guess what? She's having a hard time finding work too. Which is interesting because she's a brilliant musician. She was trained at the esteemed Berklee College of Music. Handpicked by my very good friend, Terry Lynn Carrington, Dr. Terry Lynn Carrington, who put together Beyonce's entire female band, which was Matthew Knowles' idea because he couldn't get Beyonce to stop people. Get Because she just started impulse control issues. Don't know.
What makes you so vocal? Like, he just.
I just want to skip to the end. All the shit is fucked up. All niggas is waiting. Go to jail and let's move on and let Generation Z make their own problems, make their own choices. These kids are living the consequences of what Gen X did and don't even know why they're doing it because everyone's lying. Corporate takeoff, that wasn't nothing but a corporate hostile takeover using his life as the guy.
R.I.P. Takeoff.
That boy died so they could cash in the insurance policy and to cover up the fact that Rock Nation was ripping Megan away from 300. I guess nobody's paying attention to the fact that complete control of Megan Thee Stallion's career was taken over right after Takeoff died, and the Prince family were forced to leverage and let her go, even though they did not want to. Isn't that interesting?
She did not come from the Prince family.
Politics. Let me ask you, because
and I'm not saying allegedly.
Okay.
I'm saying, Sean Carter, you're a piece of shit. Taking Pimp C wasn't bad enough. You just want to go down there and you want to just remove all of the balls from every real gangster in Houston.
And that's another thing. People probably like, who would come on there and say these things? Like, oh, she gotta be telling the truth. Like, or she gotta be listening to somebody else's stories, because how would she just come up with these things? Because if you research the stuff she's talking about, the names are real. Like when she just said the lady who created the dance group, the dancers for Beyonce, that lady is real. So it's like when she says stuff, this is why I think people just automatically believe it, because when you go to research, like the names she says, these are real people. The thing is that these things occur that she's saying about these people. Because Claudia Jordan came out and said something about her. Young Jock, Tasha K has came out and said something. Everybody is watching, I guess, this video she did, this interview, because it got 1 million views. So if they went, and that's my thing, she did an interview with him last year and talked about the same people. But like I said, because this Diddy stuff is going on, now everybody's listening. But she said these things before. None of the celebrities commented. Now I'm like, wow. So they gonna actually respond to her. This is gonna make people think she's telling the truth. Because why would you respond?
Burn up. Who the fuck goes to their childhood house for a visit and the shit goes up in flames?
That was very weird. The next day, the week.
And the next day.
Next day.
And still, no real investigation on how the house just went up in flames. I guess they paid y'all off. Like they paid y'all off for that Astro.
So let me ask you,
Texas politics.
Yeah, Texas politics, man. This is.
You drive into Houston and all the Sam Houston sitting there, you can hear him talking. And every time I drive past Sam Houston on 45, you know what I hear when I see him? The warden of the South.
Yeah.
Sitting there looking down on everybody. They made a big deal over Robert E. Lee. Imagine what they would do if you tried to take down old Sam Houston.
Oh, no. It'll be a problem. It'll be a problem.
Sam Houston there, he gonna stay there.
So,
every time I drive past, that's all I hear.
Nick. Another thing that, of course, you spoke on last time was, and at the time it happened, was a slap by Will Smith to Chris Rock. We spoke on it. But since then, Jada Pinkett has written a book where she reveals that multiple times she tried to commit suicide.
Yeah.
Not saying exactly what the reason was.
I don't know why she keeps trying. She just get it done. Don't be bad at everything.
Shit. Yeah.
She was an all-right actress. She was a terrible wife. She was a bad mother. Boys, and did stuff to your son, and you ain't do shit.
How you call Jada Pinkett a bad mother when the things that came out about you with your son, first of all, your oldest son got unalived. You literally is on live fighting your husband and throwing your son ashes in your face. Then the youngest son by excuse me, the dad that lives over here in Philly, who takes very good care of his son. She came out and said her son was autistic, he was this. The father said the boy ain't never been diagnosed autistic ever. That boy is so intelligent. He's so smart. It's crazy. Like you can just hear when he talks. He's very intelligent. But he's autistic. Her mom schizophrenia. Her mom bipolar. This person is that. Her sister husband SA'd her. I mean, the things that she says out her mouth is crazy. And she got that thing where your peoples can sign a paper for you to get sent to the mental place. Her husband, he did it twice. And then she had got arrested, so then she was locked up for a little while with that. And it's like when she came home, she got worse. And it's like, to me, this whole industry, this internet thing is like all going through her head. And I think she's starting to believe the things that she said. Like, it's that crazy. Like, another thing I said with Jaguar that I can't respect, stuff she says about kids. When she sat up there and told her husband's, the girl Nisha, the girl he was messing with, when she told her that she was going to get the Black Panthers to SA that girl's sons. First of all, the Black Panthers don't even move like that. And she keeps trying to say she's connected with the Black Panthers. She's working with Fred Hampton's son, and I'm going to get them to SA her sons. Why would you even speak that way about a kid? Secondly, why would you even put the Black Panthers in any type of, even speak that with their name? It's like she loved talking about SA and the R word. I mean, it's just the stuff that she says about people, like how she run around saying that her husband's mom SA'd him since he was a kid, and I mean, I'm surprised he did get away when he got away from her, because I mean, it's like is the delusion for me. And people like Real Life Productions keep bringing her on their platform. Y'all are making people like her think that if these people can interview me and allowing me to keep saying these things on their platform, not caring if they get sued, not caring if any heat come their way because of what I'm saying, then maybe the things I'm saying, they gotta believe it. And maybe she start believing it in her own mind. Cause ain't no way. And I think the views are only coming because, again, all this stuff is going on with these celebrities right now. So her being the only ex-celebrity who's coming out speaking on this, and people know, oh, she was in the industry before, she might be telling the truth. But right now, with all this stuff going on with Diddy, ain't no other celebrity coming out talking like this. So for the people that's not close to these people or the industry, this is what they hope that somebody comes out and say these things. Stuff that people probably already thinking and want to say but don't. This is the only reason why I think they're getting the views for it. Because no other celebrity is about to come out and speak these things. Or no other celebrity that used to be in the industry, not anymore. It's just her tongue has no filter. But now everybody's responding to her before it wasn't. When I seen Claudia Jordan responded, I'm like, oh wow. Then Young Jock, I'm like, oh wow. And like I said, it's because since this stuff is going on, people don't want nobody just coming out here tying them with Diddy saying this was going on, that was going on, or this, because it might be a whole open investigation. And with a platform getting 1 million views off of what she's saying, you know everybody's watching it. And even if it's not true, because of the people that don't like Diddy or don't like Stevie J or anybody that's involved or names been mentioned, they're going to run with what she's saying. Because again, this is something that they want to be said, but they're not going to say it. She said, so it's like, even if it's true or not, they're still going to support it.
Bilal told me everything.
Their good friend who
Bilal told me, Jay. He told me that you knew Will was in your chat.
And this is why Bilal cut her off. And the lady that I was talking about, OG, that used to deal with her, they had the interview with Bilal before Tasha K. And Jaguar messed it up because she went to Storm and Road channel and recorded Bilal, and he didn't know. And she played the audio on Storm and Road's channel. And he thought he was just talking to her freely like a friend, and didn't know the whole time she was recording her. That's why he cut her off and went and did the interview with Tasha K. But OG, Jaguar Wright, and somebody else from Dallas, because she was supposed to be connected with some studio down there. And if y'all don't know, last month she claimed the studio got robbed. A lot of people saying they think it was an inside job. They think Jaguar set them up, so and so, whatever, because they said whoever robbed them had to know personal stuff because they went in the walls and took money. They went in the basement where they had to unscrew certain things out the closet to get certain equipment. And somebody that's just robbing them regularly wouldn't knew that it was money in walls and equipment nailed in a secret door in the basement and all this other stuff. And I guess whoever that person was, a lot of celebrities was coming down there, and that's how she was running into people, and that's how she ran into Bilal. But now she's up here saying that Bilal told her that Jay knew that Will was having sex with his kids, allegedly. See, stuff like this is crazy to me. For you to just say that, I don't think Bilal told you that. Now, did he go on Tasha K and say that Will Smith was having sex with the guy? Yeah, but he told you Will was having sex with his sons. Like, how do you think this is okay? Unless you got some type of mental issue. Because even if you knew certain things, like Robert said, regarding the Tasha K thing, I don't care if you paid for the information. I don't care if you found it on the ground. I don't care if you found it in your back pocket. He said the first thing she should have said is a high profile case. You know, matter of fact, I ain't gonna put this out. It's a high profile case. It's federal witnesses and this. Nah, I ain't gonna put this out because common sense got to kick in at some point. But now these people will go to the extreme to be viral. They will go to the extreme to get clout and fame. The extreme. Forget the money. They just want to be relevant. And I think a lot of these people wasn't loved when they was younger, or didn't get the attention when they were younger, because it's like they feed for this interviews and for different blogs to report on their interviews, for different blogs to interview them. It's like they feed for this, and it's scary when you could come on a platform and say something like this.
Yes, he did. When do I look at his Tasha K interview?
Listen.
I don't know why she keeps trying. She just get it done. Don't be bad at everything. She was an alright actress. She was a terrible wife. She was a bad mother. Who knew that your husband was doing things to boys and did stuff to your son and you ain't do shit about it? Malak told me everything.
They're good friend who
Malak told me, Jay, you knew where was in your child. That's it. When do I left that out of this Tasha K interview?
Good morning, Black.
he said a lot. He said a lot.
He said everything but the thing that was important. That he knew that Will Smith raped Jay. He raped Rasheen and he raped Meek Mill. You know, Black. Now you know because if you run, you'll go from a Philly to a Saint and still get you.
He Philly don't change Philly.
He Meek Mill.
See what I'm saying?
He Meek Mill.
You know what I'm saying?
I ain't calling him Mill no more. That's milk.
Yes,
That's
you said Will Smith raped all these people.
Add it to the honeycomb. You got a meal.
So you believe the Dwayne Martin story that could happen?
Of course. Everybody know that shit. Everybody knew they was just ain't nobody know Dwayne was folding him over like that, taking him to Panama. And all these blacks running around marrying these, sitting there convincing other women to go chase a fag. Go get you. Look at my, can you imagine if he told the truth about their relationships? I want to meet my husband. He a fag. Would you like to come over? Cookies.
Jack, you know.
Hey, young man. Come on over. My husband just wants to touch you for a little while on camera. I promise you, you won't feel a thing.
Okay. So, Jack,
really?
Yeah.
You stand on red carpets with the, and you sell an image of lies.
She need help.
Then you influence the public and ask the public to covet
You need to be an actor.
But you're too afraid to find a real man in real life. So you marry a for a fucking man. While he's kids. I don't feel sorry for none of you, bitch. Don't y'all sit around writing your books, telling your sob stories. He was a you should have known he was gonna be a you married that and made babies with it. Look at Nicki Minaj. You got bitch and marry him. Level 3 sex and just
Oh my God.
and you know since then she done moved out. She don't live at the house they was living at no more. Get up there by herself. She literally got him a zoo. And she fills it with sex who don't mind rough sex. And she lives in another house with the baby.
Now, who told you that?
But he's supposed to be the primary custodian, which is why he ain't in jail where he's supposed to be, because he got to take care of the baby. But the only thing he's taking care of is making new victims. Who watching Papa Bear? I thought that's why he was here.
And see, this is what I mean by the disrespect. Regardless of what's going on with Nicki Minaj and with her husband, is why you bringing up that girl's son name? When you don't do nothing for your son is literally with his father because mentally they had to get him away from you because you was like damaging your son. But you gonna bring up that girl's baby. And then the guy who interviewing her, he just like, huh, oh my God. This your platform though, bro. And this is why a lot of y'all is not going to last because y'all so desperate for views that you go to the bottom of the barrel and go get Jaguar right. Yeah, you going to get the views, but are you really want the stuff behind it?
Missing children. Hey, where are your kids?
Okay, this is what you talking about.
Word on the street is you ain't got time to raise children. We already know that girl is Shek, baby. You ain't had that child in quite some time. And you sent little Teddy to Africa with your husband, people. Boy, you a married woman and you ain't got time to raise your kids? But you want to talk about mine all day, huh? That boy is under 10 years old being raised by Africans that you don't really know. For all you know, that little boy is playing in a pile of monkey shit right now. You don't know.
He loves talking about
wrestling with rhinos shit. You know. Where your kids, bitch? You busy running around trying to blackmail Kelly, but cheating on his wife when we all know he likes penis?
Oh man.
Maybe you got that if you would have told the truth. But you want to hold him to the fight over some shit knowing but that ain't real. His God mail order bank while he's looking so safe, laying in the Rock's arms.
Why would the industry ever let her back in there? Now Kevin Hart gay. Now she's saying Kevin Hart gay. Like, I can't. And this is why the real stuff that's going on in the industry, you would never find out because they already done labeled everybody as doing this and doing that and doing this and doing that. So the ones that ain't really doing it, you would never know because people like her label everybody.
Being cradled like a baby. You mean?
Ready Red, she was so scared in that jail, honey. Okay? I heard them live that she did when she was calling home. And when they had her on video, she was all looking behind her on the video. I'm trying to get help for all the women in here who don't have it, and she wasn't talking about nothing about herself. Like they punked her to go up and get on her own phone call to talk about helping them. No, I really want y'all to hear, because a lot of these women in here need help. Man, she couldn't stand that Louisiana jail one more day. Then she was messing with some chick in there. I forget the girl name. I think it's Big D or D. And the girl said that she was in there crying, and the girls was trying to jump on her, so she had to be there for her. Then she said she was in there putting her own blood on the wall and all some crazy shit. But was in there scared as hell. So she was in there trying to act like she was crazy. And them women wasn't going for that. They was going to tap that behind. And she started acting crazy, spitting, and the girl said she took up for her, and I guess they was like girlfriend and something. And when Jack White came home, she was all, "You lying," saying that I was in there scared of people. Why is you lying and all this? And the girl said that she was trying to act like she wanted her to lick her stuff in there. But I know for a fact when she was on video calls at that jail, she was scared as hell. She was scared as hell. Okay? Wasn't all that rah-rah, all that talking all crazy. It was none of that. And when she came home, and here we go with another story. Oh, she was so tough. And oh, she was this. And oh, she was that. And they're lying, telling the girl she rich. And she come home, she going to have an interview with this person and that person. And everybody who was supporting her, then trying to help her get bail money. All them bloggers, T-Pain, what's his name? King Pain, Sean David, all them people, none of them deal with it no more. They all cut her off. Because she done flipped on all of them. She flipped on, what's her name? Tokyo Tony. Said Tokyo Tony robbed her. But now I look, they on the podcast a couple weeks ago. Like, everybody want to enable her. And the sad thing is, she really do need some type of medication and need help. And like I said, the more and more people like make it seem like the things that she's saying is true and not calling her out for these things, like, no, come on now, you know, that's a lie, or that's a lie. She's gonna continue with this because she knows this is what the people like. This is what they want to hear. They ain't got no real celebrities coming up on their platforms, but they got her. Come on, stop it.
You want to expose that he cheated on his wife. Wait a minute. That's what it's sold. I ain't give a fuck about no fake. You supposed to be Tasha K. You supposed to have all this wine. And the wine.
So
I need to smoke. I gotta take my meds.
Yeah, wait. I gotta ask you, Jack, real quick.
33% THC. That's my medicine.
We're gonna take a little break. Wait, real quick. I have to ask because you mentioned sex workers. And the word is getting thrown around a lot lately, and we see that 50 Cent is going at Diddy because his baby mother, I believe Daphne, is listed in a lawsuit as a sex worker for Diddy.
She hooked up with Diddy back. She was a Diddy back first. You just didn't know it.
Dude, all the circles
I'm confused because Daphne is young. Jag wasn't nowhere in the industry when Daphne came out. Diddy's baby, 50 baby mom. So how would you know her and what she's doing? You ain't been in the industry for over 25 years. Or at least 20. So I'm just confused of all of these and industry people for the last 10, 15 years, how would you know these people? You gotta be lying. And ain't no way the industry dealing with you the way you run your mouth. Even if you was cool with this one, they're not gonna deal with you. Ain't no way.
He said it's right to you. Just in the herpes, he ain't been, you know. I hope that didn't go with that. Would explain why you would be a little salty, though. You know, maybe you'd be posting on them outbreak days. I don't know. Allegedly. Reposted. 50 been on a tear.
Been on a tear.
Yeah.
He has recent.
Diaper rash will make cranky.
You see how some things now she's saying allegedly, because that girl don't say allegedly to nothing. Every time when she came out on her platform and said she was in a relationship with Gerald Levert, I'm telling y'all, I almost fell out the chair. She talked about how she first met him. She was 15, 16 years old at the studio. She was in the studio. She knew he was having sex with Nikki Howard. And, oh, Nikki Howard, that's Michael Jackson's baby. And they made her sign an NDA. Joe Jackson and them, they knew that was Michael baby. And when Gerald Levert died, she tried to take over everything. And when I was dealing with him, yeah, I knew he had other women, but I didn't care because he took care of me. And he basically groomed me since I was 15, 16 years old. Like that was her first and all of this. I'm like, did she just say she was with Gerald Levert? How disrespectful to that man's damn legacy. Like, girl, we ain't never heard you say no stuff like this. Now all of a sudden she put out a picture with her, Gerald Levert, and like a good 12 other people. Gerald Levert all the way on the other end of the picture. She on the other side with 2 other guys. There's a whole bunch of men in the picture, but my point is, she ain't near Gerald Levert in the picture where you could say, oh, all right, she was standing with him or whatever. And just because of this picture, all of a sudden, she was in a relationship with him. And then she was so upset when she got the phone call that he wasn't here because he was on his way to pick her up and take her to New York. And they was about to do this, and he bought her all this stuff. But they went to going to New York because they was going to go do a vacation. And I'm like, this lady is delusional. Of course, Gerald Levert can't talk back. So it's like either people going to believe you or they just not. But for the fact that you said that you was 15, 16 is what bothered me. Like, damn, ain't nobody people she allegedly trying to push the narrative and would call out somebody that's not here that's defending self. I thought that was so disrespectful.
One more question before he takes his break. Can you name some people in the Hollywood or the industry that are upstate that you would be like, there's no smut on their name, they're just good people? Yeah. Can you just give us a couple?
I have. Terry Lynn Carrington.
Okay.
My very good friend, who's worked with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis for many years, Don Clemens. The Baylors, Gene and Marcus Baylor. Gene from Shyne. There are lots of people. I just don't like talking about them all the time. My girlfriend Natalie Stewart in London. Her and her husband Maddox. Exemplary artists and people. I mean, I could give you a list. But you know what happens when I start talking about them? People start stalking them and hounding them and pressuring them.
You don't have a
Which
list.
is why my online life and real life are absolutely separate.
Jaguar, let's keep it real, sweetheart. Your real life, you're on your platform, you're begging your subscribers every day for $1 a view. They paying for you to stay in and out of hotels. You just broke up with the boy just broke up with you, the one from Chicago. What's his name? She met him online after she broke up with the gay girl Ty, and this guy live in Chicago. I guess he was dealing with her for like a month and some change. She done put the man penis online just like she did the husband. He done put out all these audios, and if y'all don't know the stories I'm talking about, Miss Cat Medusa, all of the content is over there. That's why I said she's been in a lot of stuff. I don't know if these bigger platforms is really focused or know all the stuff that's going on the YouTube streets. They probably don't. But yeah, she don't. She's living in and out of hotels. She's still fighting that case. The girl Taisha that she was with, the Butch girl, she ruined her damn life. She helped Jaguar from out of court. Ever since then, Jaguar slept with her. They was together for about a good 4 or 5 months. The whole relationship all over the internet, fighting this, that. Jaguar recording every 5 seconds. When she finally left, she had something wrong with her throat, some type of bacterial infection, and she said she thinks it's because of her eating Jaguar out. I mean, it's so much going on with her, and it's like when she in a relationship with somebody, it'll be over for like a week. She already with somebody else new the next month. So when OG said that she was sleeping with a lot of people in the industry, it makes sense. Her her husband, I can't think of his name right now. She stopped met they was done. She met Taisha, which she met her at the court. She was a fan supporting Jag. Next thing you know, they stayed in a hotel. This girl done left her wife, her kids, all down Mexico, started sleeping with Jag. Next thing you know, she didn't want her wife no more. Now they all online arguing back and forth. The wife was upset that she left her for Jaguar. I mean, she rode from Mexico all the way to Dallas to support Jaguar. No, I'm sorry, Louisiana. Now they broke up. Ty come out telling all the business. Oh, Jag don't got nothing. She don't even got an ID. She sleeping in and out of hotels. Then this other guy, I don't know what made him want to deal with her after hearing everything else about her online. He started dealing with her. Next thing I know, he stopped dealing with her. Now he's online putting all this stuff out on her. He's the one that put out the audio with her disrespecting her son. Now she's posting pictures of his penis, videos with them. Like she's a blackmailer person too. If you around her, she records you, take videos of all of that stuff. So later on, if y'all fall out, she's a content queen. She puts it out for content. And for her to have slept with all these people after you still married to Goomba, yeah, that's the husband name, Goomba, and literally, like this is 5 people she done dealt with so far. And Ty said she had a bacterial. In fact, she went to the emergency doctor on live, all of that. And to see how fast Jag started dealing with this guy, I said to myself, well, maybe that is how Ty got a bacterial infection, because she's a butch. She's been eating women's vagina forever. For her to say this is her first time getting a bacterial infection, that had to be from her eating her out. So this person that she's acting like on this interview, oh, I keep my private life separate from my YouTube. It ain't no private life. She's about to be 50 years old and she don't have stability, nothing. She's really like depends on her subscribers, the little bit that she has, and all her close friends that she had, people that was really rooting for her, people that was really trying to get her back in her career, people that was really trying to invest in her career and get her back in the studio. She burnt all of them people. And people like street stars, they are still making her relevant. And it's sad. I'm pretty sure they gave her a check because she bought in over 1 million views. I don't even know how she did that, but I think because all this stuff going on with Diddy, so why would people not go ahead and watch it?
Want to know what happens when that doesn't happen? When I don't protect people? My girlfriend gets called and said that she needs to keep me away from her family because I'm and I'm gonna get her family killed, and I'm gonna keep. I used to husband while I was living at our house, even though I don't know never met the bitch. Or the guy that I'm dating, his entire criminal record and prison record gets put up and I didn't know nothing about it because these net trolls are that relentless.
Girl, you put out that man penis.
Best example, the last time I was here, you asked me about artists to watch out. And there was one that I mentioned that I kind of downplayed.
Churches. Oh, she said, don't give it too much. That's, what's the name?
Jay French.
Jay French.
Church.
My God. That's out.
It debuted a month ago. #2 on the iTunes rap charts worldwide. Only by Kanye West. Independent.
Come on now. Let's go, Jay French, man. If you don't know, y'all ain't on game. Which brings me to my next question real quick before we 50 years of hip hop. Do you feel that it was done justice as far as the acknowledgement of 50 years?
Nowhere near it. When you look at the redacted of greatness in hip hop, and they say this
because that's whole sagging itself. It's been a crazy year. But the reason why even right now your old interview that you did last year is trending even crazier because
this got 1.9 million. That's crazy. It only been out for 6 days.
Not only in our interview, but on your own personal lives.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody said she needs to get paid for this episode. Your views is almost 500K. Real life, please play Jaguar right for a comment. Forget 500K. He's at 1.9 million. So I'm confused of why her YouTube channel, she can't get 10,000 subscribers. This is how you know people are fake and they just with the bull crap, because these comments, it's over 78,000 comments. Everybody, oh, Jaguar, yeah, yes, this, that. Why y'all don't support her? Oh, but y'all want to come over here while she's speaking all this stuff about Diddy and everything else. And now y'all want to hit the like button. Now y'all want to support another channel that's not her channel, but she's over her channel struggling, asking for $1 a view. Make it make sense.
Things start coming to fruition to where you targeted certain people in that view, and now you're seeing, I don't want to even say downfall, but you're seeing that target that you put on people's backs.
I'm seeing integrity.
Wow.
Show up.
Wow.
You know, the day of the raid, I got a lot of notifications. I got a lot of ads. I got a lot of mentions. I got a lot of phone calls. Or as many as I could get, because I had to change my phone number again because, you know, they did the bomb threat and then they lied and said that I was trying to commit suicide. I live online with a knife and sent the police to my door.
That's what's that you're showing? That's
these are the police cards.
Oh, wow.
Of my address that was doxxed by Patrice Garner, Chatty Patty.
Wow.
For a bunch of crazy motherfuckers to come to where I live. Y'all cute.
Another one. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. So address out there, police looking for you.
Phone number doxxed by last YouTube boyfriend. I had a YouTube girlfriend and a YouTube boyfriend. I don't know why they always send the stupid ones. I keep telling them, don't send a stupid mother to a smart job.
That's real. That's real. And we're gonna this is about to be a great conversation because when you say YouTube boyfriend and girlfriends.
Yeah, YouTube has been sending me people.
Yeah,
ever since they had to keep my husband quiet because, you know, once he gets arrested for blowing up the car, he's going to have no choice but to snitch on how YouTube paid him to betray his wife and make sure his wife went to jail so that they could poison her to death.
We're going to circle right back to that. Jeez Louise. Oh, my God. So, when you said the day of the raid, you're talking about the raid on both Miami and California.
And New York. simultaneously.
When New York was?
Yeah, the New York house was raided as well.
Oh, wow. Didn't even. Yeah, didn't even really
3 states working in tandem, and they did not tell the officers who they were raiding. They went in tactical as they were instructed to. They didn't know they was raiding Diddy's house. The higher-ups didn't tell anybody because they knew, with Diddy being a Fed informant, that he had people in the force and they wanted to make sure that went through legit. So they didn't tell nobody whose houses they was going to.
And that's why you see the guns.
The cops didn't know that it was Diddy's house over there in Beverly Hills around the corner from the Playboy Mansion. They didn't know until they seen the kids.
So what are your thoughts on the show of force, even not knowing?
They did their job. He's a sex worker. He's got guns and he's got semen-coated fucking VHS tapes. Would have went in a hazmat suit.
So let me ask you this: when you first told us about your thoughts and what you honeycombs is what you.
Shout out to Jamil Peterson. He's added a new one. He called him the Diddy Glover now. Because when he ain't got the he look like Diddy Glover.
Oh man.
So he's AKA Diddy Glover now. Shout out to Jamil Peterson. I am comedy.
So I want to stay right here. We're gonna stay within this podcast. But I'm just curious. What did you know that was going on in the world of Diddy, Puff Daddy, P Diddy, that the world didn't know? What did you know back then, 3-4 years ago?
Gonna come forward.
So how did you know? What did you know about what Cat?
I wish I could explain.
Yeah.
But if I explain how I knew Cassie was gonna come forward, that could hurt some people. Which is why the last time I sat on this blue couch, I said what I said. Congratulations, young Miami. Run as fast as you did.
You did say that. It was a bar. Did you see something being around Cassie? Did you see anything being around?
I don't spend time around Cassie, and I haven't seen Cassie in person since she was with Ryan Leslie.
Was there something in her eyes that you saw? The way, like, not that.
I'll put it to you this way: there are mutual acquaintances between her and I, and that's as far as I can go.
Okay. When you,
I don't talk to her, but I speak to her.
Did you get a chance to see her indictment? What she claimed happened?
Oh no, I reviewed all the files, and everything that she said is everything that I said with Storm Monroe 3.5 years ago. Exactly what I said it was.
Were you surprised about anything that came in?
No.
So
nobody else should have been either. Young Jock. You didn't do wop bop. You. Because you told the truth, Jock. And then after Diddy called you, you went back and tried to clean it up. But y'all all about is Stevie J. You didn't do wop bop.
So this is why Jock came at Jaguar, because of his comment. Let's see. And he said she need help and she's delusional. See, this is the thing I'm saying. Like, if some of these guys is not zesty, aka whatever, then don't put that on these people. And because this video got 1.9 million views, if you go type in her name, you're gonna see all these videos with her. Like she's literally trending. And I just can't understand, because I'm like, if this is the case, why is they not supporting this girl? I don't get it. If y'all all gonna push this narrative that she's exposing Diddy, she's a Jaguar, right? Saying this. Jaguar, why are y'all not supporting her? Why is she just being oh, she's saying all of this on social media, and y'all just sharing this like whatever, but why is nobody saying anything? I'm not supporting her. I'm confused. Doesn't make sense to me. Wait, man, I'm trying to see where is it. I know I seen say something. It's like anybody jump on the Diddy thing right now, in my opinion, you gonna get views. Cause the people that don't like them, the people that want to say something but won't, and if you say it, they're even more happy. And it's just like it's an ongoing thing. But my thing is, Jaguar better be careful that they don't start coming out saying what she really was doing in that industry. That's what she better hope. Because little things have been said about what she had did in the industry. But them people are not like big people. They like people that was managers, people that was under some of the executive so they not like the artists or the musicians of the labels. The people that spoke about the things that she has did. And the lady who claimed that Diddy pop out her, now that Jaguar is speaking on that, now she's coming out doing more interviews. Like, it's just weird for me. And like I said, before Little Rob put this lawsuit out, why y'all wasn't talking? I'm just confused.
Accusations. He has not been convicted of anything. Nothing has been proven, even in a civil court where the threshold is much lower. I obliged you, just to share that. Certainly it has opened wounds for me, but I don't know. I'm not telling you the.
She mentioned you as well, player. Somebody else said, were y'all thrown off?
I'm trying to get to the Young Jock part.
Before you try to do any type of.
You're the only ones that got it. I don't feel like going over to Instagram.
She made up wrong. And you caught. I'm speaking. Calm down. Name was in the meeting. Power of forgiveness in that man. Yeah, for like the past.
I can't. I'll find it. I have to go on Instagram. I just feel like going all the way over there to get it. That's where you gotta go get it from.
That's the reason why this beef.
I don't know where he stands. I know what he stand up in.
See? Now she's talking about this Stevie
Because
J.
you told the truth, Jack. after Diddy called you, you went back and tried to clean it up. But y'all all about Stevie J. You Diddy do about.
Do you feel like that's the reason why?
And why do she feel like, and this platform does not condone bullying, this platform does not condone people to go out there and hurt anybody. This platform is for entertainment and educational and teaching purposes only, speculation and opinionated commentary. Why do she feel like she can say these things just like Tasha K? It ain't no difference about these men that's not gay. And that's like saying a person is a rat that's from the streets. That's not a good thing. You can't just go out here and put that on people. That's like saying a person who doesn't have no ill will on their name, their integrity, their character, and you go out here and say they're an informant. And it's not true. So to say that a man that's not gay and to put these things out here, and this live got 1.9 million views. She don't have no manager. She's not financially stable. She got YouTubers and bloggers who be pulling up the hotel she stayed. She got subscribers that pays hotels. She lives in that hotels. Why do you feel like you're that secure and covered that you could come out here and slander these people like this and think that you're untouchable? Because, see, this is all going to play into her conspiracy anyway, because she already says that Jay-Z had something to do with her son getting power out. She already says that Jay-Z and Diddy is the reason why she don't have her career. She already makes these conspiracies. So all this is doing is helping her conspiracies out. That's why if I was Jock, Claudia Jordan, I wouldn't even responded to her. But by them responding, everybody's going to say, well, damn. All of these celebrities, I mean, Jaguar ain't doing, she ain't in the industry, she ain't doing this, I'm talking about for regular people. They're going to look at it like, well, damn, is she telling the truth? Because why would they even respond? They been ain't responding. But in my opinion, they're responding because of all this stuff that's going on with Diddy and this whole lawsuit thing. Anybody that come out and speak on these things, people automatically jump on it and try to think it's true. Everybody thinks it's true just because Lil Rob put out this lawsuit. But like I'm going to say again, anybody who puts out a civil lawsuit but put in the lawsuit salacious things, like people getting harmed and essayed and art and all this, why are you putting this in a civil lawsuit? Why are you not putting this in a criminal court? That's the part I can't respect. It's like you're saying that these malicious things are taking place. Salacious, traumatizing. You're saying that people have went through like the most outrageous things around Diddy. As far as this lawsuit, why are you going for a civil lawsuit? Why are these not criminal charges? That's why I can't respect it. I'm going to say these things, you did these things because I want money. But I don't think it's that bad that you need criminal charges. I'll make it make sense. Because ain't no criminal charges, ain't no money coming through. They got to wait for that money for a long time. But civilly, I could put these things out and hopefully you'll settle. Because I don't think they really want to go to court for real. Because then everybody got to get up on the stand. All them people he put in that lawsuit, all them people that he's saying said this, everybody got to get subpoenaed. See, civil is different than criminal. Okay? Civil is different than criminal. There's certain stuff you can bring in a civil case that you can't bring in a criminal, and certain stuff that you can't bring in civil that you can't bring in criminal. But civil is like a little bit more leeway to me. Because I still don't understand how OJ is not guilty criminally, but civilly they found him guilty. That doesn't make any sense. I meant civilly they found him liable.
This beef,
Good morning, love.
you know, that Stevie J stands where he stands between the beef with 50 Cent and Diddy.
I don't know where Stevie J stands. I only know Stevie J sitting on a drum set or I don't know where he stands. I know what he stand up in, and I know what doesn't stand up in him. Take that.
So she's gonna make it seem like Little Rod claims is true. So Little Rod claims that Diddy showed him a video of Stevie J having sex with another man, but the man came out and said that it was him. And when you look at it, the man from the side looked like Stevie J, but it's not him. But now she puts this out, and everybody's gonna say, "Oh, so what Lil Rod said was true." And you see what I'm saying? Stevie J wanna fight with you. Because again, a real man, you don't play like that with them about no zesty jokes. Now they might have gay friends and you know that's them. But a real alpha male, you don't put those type of things on no man. And then people don't understand when men get all mad, real men, and ready to snap. Why getting all mad like that? Because you don't put those type of accusations on a real man. You don't do that. You just don't. And I hear some people say, "Oh well, if I ain't gay, as a man, I ain't going to worry about that. I ain't going." Yeah, you say that, but a real man, you don't never put that on a real man. You just don't do that.
Like for real, like I'm just tired. Let's keep it a bean. You're not even gay, man, because you won't claim it. No, you want to sit around and pretend to like it. That's what y'all do. And then you get these Jocelyn.
So I'm just
like these are the you like men. No disrespect.
Well, Jocelyn coming for you.
Shoulders is.
And the way she like running up on, I already know. She done strapped up on you.
She gonna come for you.
So, Jack, let me ask you. There's one, the shot, some of the shots.
I hear that. Mean with a heart.
Okay.
CBJ just messed with Jocelyn. He had the baby mom first, then Jocelyn. And all I know for Stevie J is to mess with a whole bunch of women. So I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about him being with a man.
I'm sure somebody's are anxious, but
oh, that's right. He was married to fake.
Many. And so, can you take us through like what goes on, like when you were there?
What did I say when y'all asked me about why was the TD Jakes at the Diddy party?
Yeah.
What'd I say? Money.
So she done told them she was at one of Diddy parties. I don't believe it. She ain't been in the industry for decades, okay? So what Diddy party you went to in the early 90s? Like, what? That's why I don't understand the interviewers. Y'all didn't do your homework? But what make it even worse is this same platform, she just aired them out like 5-6 months ago and said they owe her all this money. Because when she did the interview with them last year, they didn't pay her all her money. She was trashing a platform, saying how they steal content, all this, and now y'all got her back. That's how you know that the interviewer, whoever on this platform, they desperate too. Because there's no way she would drag me like that and tell people we steal content and all of this and the third, and y'all got her back up there.
That's correct. Were you surprised that there were so many cameras in his houses?
No.
That he was recording these?
He is the J. Edgar Hoover of hip-hop.
Probably was more than
He done put on the
ask you, when you hear that Cassie was told to hire male escorts to come in what they call freak offs now, that is something. Is that something normal that happens in Hollywood? Freak offs.
Everybody know that. I've been saying it. What? How many times have this is wild?
So do you feel like people, when they hear pink cocaine, Young Miami has to bring across
the Tusi?
Yeah, the Tusi. That's what he got.
No, I feel talking to drug guy.
Did she just say? Did she just say I talked to my drug guy? Oh my God. Did she just say I talked to my drug guy? Did she just say I talked to my drug? I'm done.
Tusi that's calling it the Tucci. I didn't know which one it was. So I talked to my drug guy, and my drug guy filled me in. And then it made perfect sense. Tusi.
Talk to him.
Drugs with Jaguar.
Let's talk.
Drugs education.
101.
So Tusi is the coach, but they take the cut and cook it up. And they fold it into the cup. Now, if you don't know what ketamine is what they call on the street special K. It's a veterinary drug. It's a horse tranquilizer. Now, gay men have been using this for years. See, back in the day, if you went to a gay party or a gay rave, there were certain drugs that you would always find on hand. Viagra, Ecstasy, special K, and cocaine. Now, see, the cocaine keep you up all night, but unfortunately, it gives you limp noodle because of with the blood flow. So you want with a half heart all night. So that's why you have the Viagra to make sure that the dick involuntarily stays hard while you're numbing your fucking self with the coke. Now, see, the ketamine, that's a horse tranquilizer, so that relaxes all your muscles. You could get fucked by 80 fucking ton gorillas. You wouldn't feel it. So now, your dick is going to stay hard. You numbed up and you high. You got the ketamine in you so you don't feel shit. And you add the ecstasy to put in the feeling that you've now blocked out. And now you got a party.
Freak off cocktail.
Yeah. So now, the Tusi, they done skipped all the steps. So you got the cocaine in there, and then you got the ketamine in there, and they say that some of the dealers add the ecstasy in there. Now, you still got to take that solo. But with the Tusi, you got all of that. The gay cocktail. Called cocktail. And the one thing. And the reason why it's pink is because they put the food coloring in it. They think, he think they got it from the Breaking Bad. You remember how they was making it? Yeah. And they made it a special color. So they done that with the Tusi. Wow. It's the food coloring.
You think that?
If you need more, we can not get high enough. Like, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, to the point where you have to fly it across. Like, I need that here tonight. Can you get that here? Like, so
I need that here. You got 3 drugs. 2 drugs. And 4 colors.
Okay.
You are numb. You are wired. You pop that Viagra. You anything. You can brick wall with me and feel it.
Sure, there's footage of that.
That's like, you know, cut me over right now, man. I ain't even gonna bleed. Like, it's wild. I just Tusi shit. Now I see how Young Miami can take on that person. See on the Tusi. They be thinking these is over here like killing the game. They don't feel nothing, that's why they took it.
Young Miami put out a tweet a while back and
Let me see. It probably is. Hold on. It's stupid behind device. I can't take it. Wait a minute, y'all.
was into it with, I guess, one of Diddy's other women. And she basically said, if I wanted you to eat my cat, Diddy would have had you on your knees by now. Do you think that that was really like her telling on herself before she knew things were going to hit the fan?
No, I think that was her being herself because she's a dumb.
Now I ain't gonna lie. Remember I posted that when I talked about them tweets that Young Miami was arguing with what's the other girl name? One of Diddy's ex-girlfriends. And Miami put on there, yeah, if I wanted to make Diddy make you get on your knees and eat my vagina, he would, or something like that. You just a hoe, da-da-da. And this before the lawsuits came out. And I was like, I think she should take the tweets down. Because basically she was saying in the tweet, arguing with the girl like, oh, you just a hoe. He just bring you around just to FUCK. And if I want you to get on your knees and eat my vagina, he'll make you. And when all of this stuff start happening, them tweets start going viral again. And I'm like, see, she should have deleted them. Is this because, and there's a lot more of them. They were arguing back and forth. But basically, it looked like Young Miami was trying to say that the chick was a sex worker. And it didn't look right for you to say, I'll make you get on your knees and eat my vagina. Young Miami is young or whatever, but that didn't look right. And now people are going back and reading those tweets. And now the tweets are going viral. Let me take it back so y'all can hear what she said.
She on the two-seat. They be thinking these is over here like killing the game. They don't feel nothing. That's why they do it. Okay?
Young Miami put out a tweet a while back and basically was into it with, I guess, one of Diddy's other women. And she basically said, if I wanted you to eat my cat, Diddy would have had you on your knees by now. Do you think that that was really like her telling on herself before she knew things were going to hit the fan?
No, I think that was her being herself because she's a dumb. I think she was just telling the truth because it's almost as rough as Nicki Minaj with females out here. I hear she lace front all the time, snatching up and throwing them in her nasty ass twat. Like when I think of the title of her show, I'm like, is that what your victims be saying? Carisha, please.
She needs to just be an actress.
Please, Carisha, stop, Carisha, please.
She needs to just be an actress.
So you're saying that Carisha is...
She's a predator no different than Nicki Minaj. She likes that shit. That turns her on.
You don't even know her.
Wild bitch.
These are all new females.
And her in the sexy red and the Sukianas and all this the Saucy Santanas. The whole fucking lot of them. Got say this. I know a Punisher when I see one. I was a Punisher one time in my life. You know, it takes one to know one. And I used to be hard on. But these bitches, they doing I wouldn't do. So that's why you got the Tootsie. You know?
Bring in the gorilla. Bring in the gorilla.
They say that's why you see this distance between Young Miami and JT. That she kind of saw it.
Oh, JT a punk. All of them city bitches. Because JT could have been put a stop to this shit. JT want to sit up there and act like she worried about Carisha, but at the same time, you know what she doing.
This how I know she don't know nothing, because somebody she sent up the girl, they're beefing right now. She damn sure ain't worried about nothing Carisha's doing. She's mad because Carisha wasn't taking up for her. So you somebody she's worried about what Carisha doing. Girl, they beefing. What the hell are you talking about? Like, she just talking.
Why ain't you called this out yet? Pull her in off the ledge. That bitch is over the edge. Like, you can't complain about this sitting here playing in your face when all you gotta do is tell the truth. Shut that whole shit down.
So when they list Carisha as a sex worker in the latest,
she is a sex. Hurry, JT. What don't y'all understand?
To be on payroll.
How many ways do I have to say it? These is wild. They pay bitches to do damage and procure victims. They're sex traffickers, and all of these bitches is sex worker. $250,000 a month to do straight shit at will. You couldn't wait for Cassie to run. You couldn't wait to be in Cassie's shoes. Carisha, please.
So why does it all come to a head now? Why now? Why?
Because he's the acceptable monster at this time. Like Rkelly was the last time I sat on this couch.
Here we go. Bringing Rkelly up.
So who's next?
Y'all don't see the lineup?
Yeah, we see the lineup. I'm just waiting to see who's next.
Jay-Z is setting Diddy up. Why is everyone having such a hard time? He ain't doing shit. He lined up D. Haven, stole his life and identity. He lined up Big L, stole his life and identity. He lined up Dame Dash, stole his life, identity, and took his love. Lined up Rkelly. He wants to be the one.
Yeah, shout out D. Haven. He actually hit us up, wanted to tell this story.
You need to talk to D. Haven.
We need to talk to him.
I told you that last year when I put you on the phone with her.
You did.
And then got ran into, and then I got thrown in a hospital by my insane husband.
No, you ain't insane one.
Who's working for you to make his mama proud.
So wait, Jag, I'm just curious because with Diddy,
what do you mean?
With Diddy settling within 24 hours, which has never been heard of, 30 million, or the lawsuit was there, undisclosed amount. But
we knew for 30 days that shit was fit to happen.
Within 24
hours. He could have paid that $30 million before.
Yeah, why? Let that hit the fan.
Because he's Diddy.
He called a bluff?
Because yeah.
He's having enough money to
He took the boots for that girl. She's supposed to be a good bitch. No matter who she with. All the time he putting a groom in her. Of course He thought it was still gonna work. He thinks he's God. Ain't doing shit. Break the that put the boots to her last time I seen her. Her and her trainer, boyfriend, husband. I don't get no.
So you hear about stories of Diddy like shooting people, blowing up cars. Is he this gangster that behind the scenes that is that him or is that?
Shout out to Wendy Williams, the first woman to uncover the homo thugs. That's what these down low bitches was called when Wendy first started talking about it in the 90s. The homo thug. She's talking about Diddy.
And then what's the stuff that's happened to Wendy Williams? You think this is all connection too?
Of course. They've been waiting. He's been waiting. He was waiting for Kim. Remember? He was waiting. The casket was ready.
She looked like she needs some.
She was literally casket ready.
Some people are saying the whole Wendy Williams documentary that she's.
Damn, how many interviewers is it? It seemed like to me I just heard like 5 people's voices. But some of them sound like they kids. I know the boy that just was talking, he sound like a little boy. When they invited the whole crew to come ask Jaguar questions, but none of y'all are vetted. Like, what type of bloggers is this now? This is the new content creators. We just gonna let people just say whatever out their mouth, and I guess this is their truth. So it doesn't matter if it's true or not. They saying it, we not saying it. So we don't have to vet it because this is their truth. But then people wonder why they getting lawsuits left and right. These celebrities, they gonna start fighting back. I'm telling y'all, they ain't gonna keep going for this blogger thing, and everybody get to say this, that, and the third about them. Once they see how Robert's lawsuit gonna go with Tasha Kane as BOP officer, I'm telling you, these celebrities, they gonna start fighting back. They ain't about to start going through this because what it is now you can get a lawsuit on somebody without having to go to court, and you can make them lose their sponsorships. You can make them lose their brands. You can make businesses separate from them, and it hasn't even been in court. So these celebrities about to start fighting back. You can sign as many NDAs as you want. The feds is already letting you know that if it's a RICO, that NDA means nothing. Now, if the female doesn't want to talk, then Shahada said, well, that can mean something because I guess they can't force them. But if they come out talking like Cassie, then of course they coming to knock on your door. But if you get a lawsuit and sign an NDA, but you're not openly coming out here talking, then they can't force you to talk. But if you're openly out here talking after you get sign an NDA and you put out claims like how Cassie did, of course they're coming to knock on your door. But if you get a lawsuit without putting a complaint in like Cassie did and just everything is sealed and like for example, Precious Way, who sued Robert, and what's the other one? Martina Woods. Y'all never heard them do an interview. Y'all never heard them come speak on anything. Jim Delgado's pulled their documents when he got that guy from New York to pull them sealed documents, and that's how he found out more information about their lawsuits. But they never came and talked to nobody. They never came and did interviews. So that's why the feds couldn't pull them because they stood by their NDA. They got their money. Whatever happened behind the scenes, it stayed that way. But when you come out and put a lawsuit out with claims like how Cassie did, and then Diddy settles the lawsuit, oh yeah, they coming to knock on Cassie's door. because of the things that you stated. Now, if it's a lawsuit and an NDA signed, nobody knows what was said in that. Um, Nobody knows what was said because it's sealed. But if you publicly do a civil lawsuit like Little Rod, Cassie, and them, of course the feds is coming to knock on their door. Of course, authorities is going to want to talk to them. But if you do a lawsuit quietly and it's a quiet settlement, no, the feds can't come mess with you. And that's what the prosecutor Shahada, who prosecuted Robert, that's what she said. But she said again, when the public gets in an uproar about any high profile celebrity, it automatically opens up a criminal investigation. Because I guess they're saying if all these people is saying these things, it must be true. So this is why they go look into it and then start investigating. So that's like if somebody come out and say, you did this, you did that, and all of these people jump on it and they all repeat the same thing. Next thing you know, they sharing it on social media. Next thing you know, they making a hashtag out of it that you did this, you did that. That the feds is looking like, oh wow, well I guess all them people wouldn't just say this if it wasn't true. Okay, well let's go investigate. Just like that. And that's sad because now they know the game plan. That's why I always say feminist terrorist organizations. Because feminist terrorist organizations use social media and mainstream media to take Robert down. They started a hashtag, Mute Rkelly. Everybody on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all start hashtagging Mute Rkelly. And they all start backing up these accusers when they didn't know they didn't know none of them. They didn't know them personally. And they ran with whatever stories they told. Angelo started a whole freaking social media family. A whole Team True family. Did not know near none of these people. These people didn't know them. He didn't even have the common courtesy to let his daughter come on and thank these people. Oh, if they want my daughter to come in their platform, she needs $10,000. Damn, these the people that was going hard for y'all on social media. Why people even want to believe your daughter's story or your story because of these people fighting for y'all on social media. All them people left him because they see that it was a joke. Why would his daughter not want to come on to thank them? Oh, she needs $10,000. We public figures now. This is business. Oh, okay. Because it was a real victim, it wouldn't have been about no business or her dad trying to book studio time or get in touch with labels and all of that. Larry said he asked him, man, what you gonna get your daughter to the hospital or to talk to a doctor? He wasn't worried about none of that. For somebody that you claim got beat with a shoe that Robert abused, but you looking for labels and studios, man, all of these celebrities better do something. They better come together. They better do something because I'm telling y'all, we watching it right before our eyes. 2024, by 2025, they're going to be going after all of these black entertainers, musicians. I don't care. Anybody black in the industry. If it was any claims that you was at these parties or whatever, they're coming after all of them. And the sad thing is, all the CEOs, the real owners of these labels, is going to be untouched. The Sonys, Atlanta Records, Def Jam, all of these individuals is going to separate themselves and say they didn't have nothing to do with the stuff that's going on because they were saying recently that they about to start going after the labels. When the YSL thing started, one of the attorneys tried to sue the label. With the YMLE thing, same thing with him. The victims in his case, their parents tried to sue YMLE's label, saying that they knew all about it, they was in cahoots with it, they knew what he did. And I forgot what the guy name is from YSL, the CEO, uh, the black guy that was doing the interviews. And he was saying that they tried to act like they was coming after the label and like they was gonna sue him. So he was saying this is like a target that these prosecutors and these DAs are doing, coming at these artists now, and trying to come at the labels. And I bet you any man of money, they ain't gonna be able to come for them white CEOs and owners of these labels. They're gonna be going after the black labels. And these accusers already call themselves suing the labels. Jamie Foxx. That girl's claiming she's suing Jamie Foxx and his management team and the label that he's behind. Who else was it that was suing the label? It's YSL, but I forgot who was the person that's suing them. But they was suing YSL, but then also going after the label. Who else was it? Oh, Trey Songz, one of his accusers that sued him and also put the label inside the lawsuit. So I'm telling you, these celebrities, man, they better get all together and do a march or some type of rally. I'm telling you, because what is the point of them rapping and singing and all of this stuff if they're gonna use their artwork, their lyrics, all of this, if they're gonna use it against them. So everything you say, oh, that must have really happened. Oh, you talking about shooting and stuff and shooting somebody? Okay, you must have did that. That's prejudice as hell. Any juror hear that. Or if you show them a video of a person, that's why that guy from Houston just got his murder charge overturned because they said the jury, they showed them a video of him holding a gun and they believe that's how he got convicted. So they overturned his murder conviction and uh he won. And that's why Young Thug's lawyer put a motion in a couple weeks ago with that same case law, because it's a 2024 case law about the guy who got his murder charge overturned because the jury, they let the jury see him in a video holding a gun and they said they used that against him. And Young Thug's lawyer is trying to get them lyrics that they showed the jury and stuff already in videos dropped, because he's saying that's, that might make a difference in his verdict. And that's why California, they changed the law that you can't use the lyrics. They need to push that law everywhere, not just California. But when Meek Mills and the guy who's the owner of the Sixers, either he's the owner or the CEO, the white guy he hangs with, they tried to start a movement to all the different local cities and states to push the movement to stop the individuals from being charged and then using their lyrics against them. But ain't nobody want to stand by Meek Mills, and then they only got California to stand by them, and that's the only place where the law got passed. When that law is going to help a lot of different celebrities, because not only is they using the lyrics against them, they going back to their old songs 5 and 10 years ago.
Pretty much allegedly playing this way to keep herself safe from him, from any unaliving.
It's been working for Orlando Brown. Why wouldn't it work for Whitney?
To play crazy.
Why wouldn't it work?
Hey, no. Hey.
The oosh gosh, whoosh wash. Orlando's brilliant.
Right. Yeah.
Y'all spent time with him.
We did. Yeah.
He's highly intelligent.
Yes.
Imagine what it's been like to wear this character for this long.
No. I can.
That's what he does as a character. Actually, the shit he does online is the best acting he does.
Is he speaking truth?
Of course he is.
You know? We see quite on set.
Major pain in his ass. Literally. Since he was a kid.
Man.
And then eating milk, running the fuck around, talking about expensive pain. In his ass.
Wait, this is Philly you're talking about now. Wait a minute, Jack.
Fuck me.
Wait a minute.
He's a fucking Fruit Loop. He Diddy fried.
This is Philly.
He's a deep fried. Period. He Diddy fried. He Diddy fried. He the Diddy do our bop. Fuck me. Real rap.
You think that audio that they put out was real?
That was hell.
This is how you know she's dumb as hell. That audio is fake as hell. The video is fake as hell. And for Diddy's old supposedly security guard boy that said he the one that put it out, he barely wanted to show his face, but then all of a sudden he's showing himself at the camera. Yeah, because I was right at the door when he was doing it to him. I couldn't believe it, so I walked up to the door and I started recording it. Like, make it make sense. All this AI stuff, and then y'all want people to believe that these videos of R. Kelly is real? When y'all got people out here literally putting two guys in a room and making it sound like it's Diddy and Meek and spread the video around and got all these people saying that it's them. Like, you can't believe nothing far as no videos or none of that now. You can't. All the stuff is fixed. All the stuff is tampered with. And then with this AI stuff, all you need is 30 seconds of a person's voice. And you can have the person saying anything. Long as you got 30 seconds of their voice, you can use their voice to say an hour worth of stuff. That's dangerous. That is dangerous.
Nikki put that out there. That Nikki recorded that as a freak off in the Calabasas.
See how she lying?
She been waiting to drop that shit on me.
See how she lying? So she's saying Nikki did it, but it was a whole security guard out here saying he did it. Now Nikki dropped it. Like, make it make sense. She's a liar. All she do is listen to social media just like everybody else. Listen to the different stuff people put out here. And you know what else I think she do? You know them channels that be lying like hell, them YouTube channels that be saying how the celebrities is dead and rest in peace. Like, I'm talking about these dumb YouTube channels. And the ones that be saying all this stuff about little different celebrities, but they be lying like hell. Like, basically like clickbait. I think that's what she watch. Them type of channels. And think that that stuff is real. And take it to her head.
Oh. She just wasn't going to tell nobody it was Diddy. But now that Diddy out there, why not?
So then who's the guy who's claiming he recorded it?
Exactly.
Oh, somebody that got paid?
Exactly. See what I'm saying? She said, well, who's the guy that's claiming he put it out? Oh, somebody that got paid. No, nigga, you just said Nikki did it. So why would somebody else be coming out saying they did it? Look, tripped her right up in her lie. She's a liar.
Yeah, he said, like, I was
Yeah, somebody that got paid.
Yeah.
Just like it wasn't seminal fluid that Justin Bieber was wiping away from his mouth when he brought his face up from Odell Beckham's groin in a club with Trey Songz on the lookout.
The images are there.
Diddy five. Hashtag no Diddy.
Hashtag no Diddy.
No Diddy.
Do you have any views on Usher? Because a lot of things have come back to where
Usher.
They talk about his.
Usher, I'm tired of Usher.
Oh, okay.
Goofy bitch.
Oh.
Got your asshole ripped open, and the only thing it inspired was loyalty. They ripped your ass open. Gene didn't say it. He said, check the records at the hospital. I'm saying it. You got your ripped open. Then you take Justin Bieber from Lily White, Canada, and take him to the flavor of Fuck Off, the Kitty edition. Get his ripped open. Now everything's coming out, and the first thing you do is run the battle. who works with the man, L.A. Reid, that sent you to the Diddy Flavor Freak Off.
Not the flavor.
Now you got Justin Bieber breaking up relationships and shit. He sucked Odell Beckham dick at the club, and the next thing you know, he don't even want Kim no more. That's what they learned at the Freak Off. How to steal bitch niggas.
Now you said no Diddy, but it seems like there is Lil Rod has come out who he produced the Love album, and it seems like he has recordings, pictures of a whole year and a half.
Smart guy.
Year and a half with Diddy, not getting paid to where he's
Smart
like,
guy.
it seems like you can't say no to Diddy the way he's putting it out. Like there's a lot of people like, why did he say no?
Yeah, you don't go.
Yeah.
You don't go.
Grown
Well,
ass
why
people
go?
can't say no. Make it make sense.
They gonna drug you.
Laced, yeah.
But you
You
still,
gonna ask for a glass of water, it's gonna be laced with that Tootsie.
you stay for 13 months.
Let the good times roll.
I forgot what somebody
Like it-
said. They said this man talking about he couldn't say no to Diddy and everything else. You a grown man. It's all these videos, and I'm gonna show y'all this video too. But it's all these videos of him partying in the club with Diddy and all of them. How you gonna make it seem like you couldn't tell Diddy no, but you got kids? How you gonna protect your kids, sir? If y'all grown men out here saying you couldn't tell Diddy no and Diddy made you do this, how you gonna protect your daughters? Being a grown man, and if some man out here or some boys trying to hurt your daughter, how you gonna protect them if you can't even protect your damn self? That's the part that I ain't feeling. That these niggas want to come out here and try to act like these men essayed them, just like the Richard R. Lines and all these people. But y'all got daughters out here. So what's gonna happen when your daughters need help? I'm confused. Are you gonna help your daughters? But you couldn't fight off Diddy? Okay.
I knew.
They are stripping these men masculinity, and it's sad because please, the real alpha men, stand up. Seriously. Cause ain't no way if you didn't want to do this or that with Diddy and you was able to leave, even when the album was over, you was able to go home, everything was fine, nobody kidnapped you, nobody held you hostage. But you mean to tell me you couldn't punch Diddy in his mouth? You couldn't knock Diddy? None of that? Yo, man, don't touch me like that. No. And why you ain't leave that first day when it happened? If he did all these things when the first attempt happened, why you didn't take your things and say, you know what, I can't do this, I gotta go. And then go back. Would have respected you more if you would have said you left that day, that night when he tried you, but you stayed 13 months. And then you're in videos going to the clubs. They threw him a party. He all up in a party, drinking with the bottle outside. Yeah, we turning up and all. Make it make sense. You're smiling in the pictures with Cuban Gooding. But then telling us that he tried to touch your inner thigh and then you had to aggressively push him off you. But you letting a grown man put his arm around your neck and literally close as hell to you and you smiling. How is these little girls supposed to get protected by men like this and they got daughters?
That there's a possibility that I might get raped and drugged if I go to this party.
Hey, Tori.
And I go anyway. I just wish they would tell all these little niggas the truth. When they court them with the record deals and the contracts and the chains and the cars and the girls. And I wish they would tell them the truth. Listen to me. All you got to do is let these 8 fuck the dog shit out of you tonight. I'll get all that for you tomorrow. Because that's what's going to happen. Like, why can't you be up front?
I didn't believe this until I watched a Nickelodeon documentary where the kids were, basically, I don't want to say groomed, but they were technically assaulted based on saying, hey, here's the contract. They don't tell us up front, but they say, oh yeah, this guy is gay, but he's touchy-feely. They warn you. And on one of the episodes where a father said,
I just want to let you know, before you do this scene, this man is a predator. Okay? If you see something, say something, okay? But nobody wants to hear it. Like the fuck.
To put someone's career on the line. To say, hey,
that's what they
if
do.
You don't do this, you're not going to go higher than this.
That's what they do. You know how many times I've heard it?
That's what I was going to ask. You're in the industry.
Yeah.
Did they ever say, if come in this room, Jack?
Yeah, I was
let's
told.
get down.
Yeah, I was told.
And you will see some doors open.
I was drugged.
Oh, here we go.
By a rapper.
Oh, here we go.
That I knew. I won't say his name, and I won't say the name of his group. Really doesn't matter. Nobody remembers them anyway anymore. Shame. They were awesome. They put him on me. He had the camera set up in the room. He drugged me. He did everything he was supposed to do. He just felt guilty about it in the morning. So he gave me the tape. And they got dropped 6 months later from their label.
Mm.
And nobody's ever heard of them again.
Mm-hmm.
And they was some dope ass motherfuckers.
Yeah, whatever.
Shout out to him for that. He ain't have to give me that tape.
Wow. But the fact he recorded it, oh man.
He had to. He had to.
Oof.
It was either that or lose the deal. So he did it, but he gave me the tape. Wow. And he lost his deal anyway.
Bro,
is that commonplace in the industry?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You never said this ever. Like, girl, stop. And see, and to me, with Jaguar saying a lot of these things by celebrities not saying nothing, when this whole thing started getting big, when people was able to come on platforms and say this and that, and I get it when people say, oh, what celebrities gotta respond for? They celebrities. They ain't gotta respond to certain stuff. But they gave people this green light to do this because they knew ain't no celebrity going to, stop what they doing to pay attention to no little platforms. But now we know that YouTube is so big and people platforms like Shannon Sharp and you got the football player, the ex-football player, I forget his name. He got a platform now, making 1 million views. Shannon Sharp. So people are watching YouTube now. And people are coming out here saying celebrities' names. Look at Kevin Hart. He ran a whole list down. So the celebrities have made their way over YouTube. And they are watching these bigger platforms. But they waited so long to not respond to certain things that was getting said about them for years. And I guess people could say, oh, bad publicity is good publicity. But now look, people catching lawsuits and other people's names getting put in the lawsuits. They claiming that they going after Diddy. Now they want to, everybody's putting up the past Diddy parties. Oh, well, look who was at this party. Look who was there. Look who was at this party. So it's like when you let Jaguar write for 3 years in a row, I think, what was it, 2 years ago she did an interview with them? And she talked about Mary J. Blige, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Diddy, like the same people she talking about now. So this is why people think she's credible because now all this stuff is happening. Oh, Jaguar said that. Oh, Jaguar said this. Oh, yeah. Remember, she was the only one saying this 3 years ago. But at the end of the day, it's like now celebrities want to come out and respond to her because this interview got 1.9 million views. Claudia Jordan spoke about Jaguar Wright. Young Jock came out and spoke. Two of the guys that was Diddy's not Diddy, Jay-Z's ex. I don't know if they were security, something. They came out and spoke. Now people coming out responding because Jaguar calling their names out, and the video got 1.9 million views again. So out of them 1.9 million views, I'm pretty sure a whole bunch of celebrities watched this video. And then for Claudia Jordan and them to come out and actually say Jaguar name, they just made it seem like what she's saying is credible too. Cause you been ain't saying nothing. Why say nothing something now? Y'all should have been saying something. And like I said, all of these people better get their stuff in the nope, she don't. But what happens is, yes, was she in the industry before? Yeah. But it just so happened a lot of things she said, now all of a sudden all this stuff is coming out. Like when she talked about Cassie 3 years ago and said that Diddy was beating on her and all this stuff. So then when she came out with the lawsuit, that's when that video started going viral again. Oh, remember Jaguar was saying this about Cassie and this, that, and the third. It's just that I think just a lot of things she said that has come true. I don't think it's because she was telling the truth. I just think it's just a coincidence. But because her interview with them 2 years ago, I think it got like 3 million views. And she was saying Diddy's gonna wind up going to jail and this, that, and the third. So now that all this stuff coming out about Diddy, it made her videos pop up and go viral again. And for some reason, this interview he did with her last week, it got 1.9 million views already. And if you look in the comments, I don't get it how all these people taking up for her, but they don't even support her on her own YouTube channel on YouTube. She don't even got 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. So why support her on a bigger platform because she talking about Diddy and all these celebrities, but y'all won't even support her on her own platform? Make that make sense. If she could pull 1.9 million views, it's only her, they only interviewing her. Why have y'all not supported her? I don't get that. And the same way she was just talking trash about Real Life Productions, now she back on their couch. That's another thing I'm saying. She just dogged them out a couple months ago. Talking about how they stole from her, they burnt her for the money, they steal content, their platform is shiesty, but now she's back on their blue couch. But they probably looking at it like, shoot, they made 1.9 million views. They definitely gonna get a big check off of that live by itself. I'm hoping they cut her a check. I'm pretty sure they probably cut her a little check, but she was just dogging them out. She was dogging out them night and day, Tokyo Tony. I mean, everybody who she has ever worked with or ever been on their platform. But like I said, I don't believe the stuff she's saying true. I just think because all this stuff is happening, it's popular right now to speak on Diddy and anybody around him, and people want to hear it because no other celebrities is coming out speaking like how she is, even though she ain't been in the industry over 20 years. Oh yeah, then you got Jeannie Dill. He get a lot of views because he talk about all these Puff Daddy stories and all these other celebrities. So people want to hear it.
A cocktail, record
Absolutely.
receipts.
Let me tell you something. Cocaine and champagne. They used to call it the South Beach diet.
Hey, perspective.
Like if you ever heard anybody 15 years ago talk about the South Beach diet, cocaine and champagne. When I first started staying at the Mondrian, I'll never forget, I was so glad when they stopped bringing it. But when I would get my breakfast tray, they would have cocaine on my tray. They would have weed on my tray. They would have pills on my tray. You know?
Just whatever you partake in.
No. They didn't know. They just put anything on there so you could pick something. I always took the weed. Rest of the I would leave on the tray and I would push it back out to all. 15 times My breakfast was served like that.
Wow.
At my $750 room, a night room at the Mondrian on Sunset Boulevard. They stopped sending it because they realized I always sent it back, and all I took was the weed.
For some of the women who went through those same things, waited 15 years to talk about it, what are your thoughts to that? To where they didn't talk about it then, but now when lawsuits come up,
why would they talk about it then?
A lawsuit is a lawsuit. I mean,
but why would they talk about it? That's a good question. Why would they talk about it? Who is there to go to? Who's gonna fucking help them? What HR department do you know of that works for any of these labels?
Yeah.
When have you ever heard of a sexual harassment suit being publicly acknowledged in the entertainment industry at all? Never. Sports. Not in entertainment.
Tupac. Remember that one?
He was the only one.
Yeah.
You saw how that turned out.
Yeah.
No, guilty.
That's why they do it. To make you an example. To remind you what they're willing to do to keep things the way they want them. It's intimidation. I want you to think about this. Allegedly.
Oh, now she's in allegedly.
Sean Carter is responsible.
I never heard this chick say allegedly this much ever. Since the 4 years she been with her shenanigans, I never, ever, on none of her interviews, she never said allegedly. Never heard her say it.
For enacting Hype Williams to put Aaliyah on a faulty plane to move her out the way as punishment for rejecting him. And so he could level up Beyonce, who was struggling. Let's just say allegedly that happened. Now I want you to think about 106th and Park with Mary J. Blige. Free, who is a victim of Sean Carter. Mary J. Blige, who is a victim of Sean Combs, are sitting there talking about the death of Aaliyah amongst each other. Think about that. You got a Diddy victim, you got a Jay-Z victim, and you got a superstar gone. They know what happened. And yet, they sit there and have that conversation like they didn't know who did it. Think of the power they want. Think about Claudia Jordan right now. Claudia Jordan don't ever mention my motherfucking name. She mentioned.
See, this is why Claudia Jordan said what she said. Because of this right here. I bring Claudia Jordan up.
Mentioned it yesterday. Talking about why people are afraid to come forward. You mean like you? You was Diddy girl. Corey was Jay-Z girl. Why don't you claim your friend? Claudia.
So, Jack, when you say...
When I say Corey, I'm talking about Kathy White.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was about to ask.
Jay-Z's pregnant mistress.
Yeah.
Who died of an imaginary fucking aneurysm. Just like the woman who was best friends with Kim and Kimura, who wrote the book Bling and died as soon as it made the bestsellers list. Who the fuck were these people supposed to go to?
See, she watches a lot of TikTok. See, TikTok got all these videos of this same stories that she's saying. I watched them. About the girl who wrote the book Bling, about the girl with the aneurysm. I watched all of that. So she's going off of a lot of stuff that's already out here on social media. Now, is the stuff true? I don't know. Yeah. But if you look on TikTok, since all this stuff been happening with the Diddy stuff, they have been going in on TikTok. And they have it's like 3 females that they claim that they think Beyonce had something to do with their death. I know the girl Kathy came up. Then they got these videos of all the females that they think that Jay-Z has something to do with their death. And that's why I said I think she's watching a lot of TikTok.
You can't go to the boss because the boss is fucking you. And the boss's boss don't give no fuck. Can't go to the authorities. They're all bought and paid for. You could try to get a special prosecutor, but they'll just pay somebody to reassign him to another case. Where the fuck you go when you get f***ed over by the industry? Nowhere. That's where you go, nowhere. Which is where people like me step in.
Goodbye.
Right, I go to Diddy parties. To walk mother out.
So when the last time you was at a Diddy party? In 91? 92? You wasn't in the industry. In the industry, I think she wasn't in the industry since Aaliyah was here. That's how long ago she was in the industry. Cause Ray, what you say that Jeannie Dill, the last time he was worked for Diddy was what, 97, 95? See what I'm saying? These people ain't been in the industry since the 90s. So what Diddy party you went to in the 90s? And nobody from the industry has spoken out on her at all. Not even to just like support her or just speak on her name, nothing. And when she went in on Jill Scott, what was it, last year? Jill Scott said a few things. I think she like put a song on when she went live, but she didn't say too much. But I think it was towards Jaguar, right? And she dogged out Mary J. Blige. Who else was it? It was a few other people. But ever since then, like nobody in the industry, they have said nothing. They don't speak up for her. They don't. They didn't, even speak on the claims that she was lying or telling the truth. Like not even nobody from the industry speaks up far as, oh yeah, Jag can sing. I wish she, get back to her singing. I mean, nobody touches her name at all. Like not even nobody speaking good on your name. Come on, something wrong. But people like to listen to people like this. I ain't gonna lie. That's why they love Jeannie Dill. That's why he get 30 and 40,000 views a night. They want to hear these stories.
Nobody's stopping me when I come.
It seemed like it's men who.
They not men. I'm a bisexual woman. I'm the B in the LGBTQ plus and the XYZ. A gay man is a.
She just turned bisexual when she started messing with Ty. Last year, the lady who was a fan who went to her court date and drove from Mexico to Louisiana to help her get out of jail, she started having sex with Ty. Ty left her wife and her kids in Mexico. Some of y'all might know about that story, but it was a whole big thing on YouTube. Her and Ty not together no more. But that's when Jag was out here screaming she was LGBTQ. Soon as she broke up with Ty, she was with another dude in like less than a month. Now they beefing. She done put that man penis out there and everything else. But that's what makes me think that she slept with a lot of people in the industry. Because when I watched how her and Goomba broke up and how she slept with Ty, a fan, then after Ty, she was messing with the guy from Chicago. These people was like months apart. And she literally laid down with them with no condom. She just was saying that the guy from Chicago, that she might be pregnant. So that told me, damn, you laid down with him without a condom? You just was with Ty, no condom. Then your husband, no condom. Like, no. So when OG told me that, when her and Jag just started beefing a couple months ago, and she went on Miss Cat channel to air out Jag. She said, Jag, you really know why the industry don't deal with you, and why Bilal didn't give you that interview, because tell them the real reason what you was doing up there in New York and LA. She said, Jag want to talk about everybody in the industry, but she was the one having sex with all of them in the industry. She said she was like a pass around. So it makes sense why she has so much aggressiveness about all the other women in the industry, calling them hoes and whores. She drags the hell out of Beyonce, Jill Scott, who else? Like, they her main targets, Jill Scott and Beyonce. And I think she's obsessed with Jay-Z because she drags the hell out of him. Ever since she did that, what was it, uncensored thing with him on MTV? Ever since then, I guess she wanted him and he want her, and that really stuck with her. Because she even said he made her get an abortion, he got her pregnant, and that's when he got with Beyonce. I mean, she got stories for days. Like I said, the worst one I heard recently was that she slept with Gerald Levert, and that he was sleeping with her since she was 15. Crazy.
Gay man. A sexual being is a sexual being. A sodomite is a predator. If it don't apply, let it go. Period. What we supposed to call these fairy ass bitches? Let's talk about the problems that black women are having being able to recognize what a real black man looks like. You're lusting after LL Cool J. You're lusting after Diddy. You're lusting after Jay-Z. You're lusting after Dwayne. I now want to be a woman since it looks cute on my son. I mean daughter. You got fucking wills on me fucking. That's who you lust after. And that's what you go after. You don't go after a real black man. You go for act like the. And then you wonder why you get dogged the out. He don't need you. What you there for? To wear white fingernails and hold big black. That's probably stuff better than you. Let's talk about Gabrielle Union right now.
Yeah, let's go. Cause
the last time I sat on this blue couch, I had some very specific things to say about the Wade household.
yes, you did.
What has happened since I spoke?
In my opinion, it got worse. It's a little more out of control.
They said I was jealous. They said I said everything that I said because I was jealous. Gabrielle Union. She the black Kris Jenner. She done turned her husband into a He wants to be a woman. That's why they're getting divorced. She went on Twitter cussing out Diddy and then deleted it because Diddy want to throw Dwayne a divorce freak off. Why is it a problem? He been freaking off. You was at the freak off with it. And I'm jealous of that. I'm jealous of that. Let's be real.
Let's be real.
This knew this was a. And then she pretended he wasn't. And then she pretended that she had the perfect life while she's splitting bills with a. You doing the real mom who wants her children to have a fair chance at making their own decisions, while you and your I want to be a husband convince your child that they need to get the whole trans thing going on now so they can get a Disney contract. And we all know what Disney does to children. Imagine what they do to trans kids.
I don't want to imagine.
That's where you want to send your child? But you cut the real mama out. I'm jealous of this bitch. This is a power button. He's sucking just like you are. And they hang on that Tusi, and they having unprotected sex. This is sucking all night. Then he come home and he kiss you with that mouth.
Yeah, it's.
E. coli kisses. I'm jealous of that. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of kissing. Suck. I'm jealous of that.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I want to too. I want to play dress up with my husband in my closet only.
So let me ask you, because I look at Gabriel Union, and when you mention things like Jay-Z's time is coming for him, then I look at Beyonce, and I say that women do have
that country album, and any of you that buy that shit, stupid as shit.
You don't give no
trap music with goddamn a holster and a head.
But she remade Jolie.
That bitch. I'm gonna tell you the song she should have remade. It's a hit. It would have done great for her. She should have tried it out. Tammy Wynette. Classic. Stand by your man. Don't act like you don't know that now. Remake that. Stand by that. That's a real country hit. Jolene, nice. But it has a ring to it. Stand by your man. Yeah. Whoops you and disrespects you with other like Kathy Coriana White.
All right, well, let's do it like this.
Actually carrying his baby while you was spanking it. Why your husband don't want to put his seed inside of you and put it in everybody else? Real life. If we get to the bottom of Tupac's, when that is finally revealed, 15 other will be revealed with it. You stand on red carpets with it and you sell an image of lies. Then you influence the public and ask the public to covet and want your life. Who wants? Who wants that? Who jealous of that? Bunch of whack too afraid to find a real man and real love. So you marry a for a Birkin bag and you turn your head while he's fucking a bunch of kids. I don't feel sorry for none of you, bitch. Don't y'all sit around writing your books, telling your sob stories. He was a going in. You should have known he was going to be a You married that and made babies with it. Look at Nicki Minaj. You got bitch and marrying level 3 sex offenders. And do you know since then, she done moved out.
I don't believe it.
She don't live at the house they was living at no more. Kenneth there by herself. She literally got him a zoo. And she fills it with sex who don't mind rough sex. And she lives in another house with the baby. But he's supposed to be the primary custodian, which is why he ain't in jail where he's supposed to be, because he got to take care of the baby. But the only thing he's taking care of is making new victims. Who watching Papa Bear? I thought that's why he was here. Speaking of missing children, Toxic, hey, where are your kids? Because word on the street is you ain't got time to raise children. We already know that girl is Sheck, baby. You ain't had that child in quite some time. And you sent little Teddy to Africa with your husband, people. Boy, you a married woman and you ain't got time to raise your kids? But you want to talk about mine all day, huh? That boy is under 10 years old being raised by Africans that you don't really know. For all you know, that little boy is playing in a pile of monkey shit right now. You don't know. Wrestling with rhinos shit. You know. Where your kids, bitch? You busy running around trying to blackmail Kevin Hart for cheating on his wife when we all know he likes penis? Maybe you would have got that 250 if you would have told the truth. But you want to hold him to the fire over some shit you know ain't real. That ain't real. His guy, mail order Bangkok bride. While he's looking so safe, laying in the Rock's arms, being cradled like a baby. You mean?
Okay. You
want to expose that he cheated on his wife. What? That would have sold. I ain't getting no fuck about no fake. Tell us the real. You supposed to be toxic. You supposed to have all the wine. And the wine and the wine. Tell me the then, bitch.
So
I'm gonna need to smoke. I gotta take my meds.
Yeah, wait. I gotta ask you, Jack, real quick.
33% THC. That's my medicine.
We're gonna take a little break. Oh, but hold on, wait, real quick. I have to ask because you mentioned sex workers.
Yeah.
And that word is getting thrown around a lot lately. And we see that 50 Cent is going at Diddy because his baby mother, I believe Daphne, is listed in a lawsuit as a sex worker for Diddy.
She a hooker Diddy bot. She was a Diddy bot first. He just didn't know it.
Oh. Dude, are the circles
you
that
must
small?
feel stupid as shit, Curtis. He sent it right to you. She didn't send the herpes. He ain't bring it, you know. I hope that didn't go with that. Would explain why you would be a little salty, though. You know, maybe you'd be posting on them outbreak days. I don't know. Allegedly, I don't know. But the post was funny. I've been reposting. 50 been on a tear.
He been on a tear.
You know.
He has recent.
Diaper rash will make you cranky.
One more question before we take this break. Can you name some people in the Hollywood or the industry that are upstanding that you would be like, there's no smut on their name, they were just good people? Yeah. Can you just give us a couple people?
I have. Terry Lynn Carrington.
Okay.
My very good friend, who's worked with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis for many years, Don Clemens. The Baylors, Gene and Marcus Baylor. Gene from Jeanne. Amazing. There are lots of people. I just don't like talking about them all the time. My girlfriend, Natalie Stewart, in London. Right. Her and her husband Maddox, exemplary artists and people. I mean, I could give you a list, but you know what happens when I start talking about them? People start stalking them and hounding them and pressuring them, which is why my online life and my real life are absolutely separate. Want to know what happens when that doesn't happen? When I don't protect people? My girlfriend gets called and said that she needs to keep me away from her family because I'm marked for death and I'm going to get her family killed. And I'm a people I used to husband while I was living at a house, even though I don't know never met the bitch. Or the guy that I'm dating, his entire criminal record and prison record gets put up and I didn't know nothing about it because these net trolls are that relentless. Best example, the last time I was here, you asked me about artists to watch out for.
Correct.
And there was one that I mentioned that I kind of downplayed.
Churches. Oh, she said, don't give it too much. That's what's the name?
Jay French.
Jay French. My
Church.
God. My God.
Mixtape.
That's out now.
It debuted a month ago. Number 2 on the iTunes rap charts worldwide. Only beaten by Kanye West. Independent.
Come on now. Let's go, Jay French, man. If you don't know, y'all ain't on game. Which brings me to my next question real quick before we 50 years of hip hop. Do you feel that it was done justice as far as the acknowledgement of the 50 years?
Nowhere near it. When you look at the redacted list of greatness in hip hop, people should have been acknowledged for what they were at the time they passed on the list. Honestly, everyone that passed is the list.
Come on, man. Big L.
The list.
Come on. Tupac.
The list. Biggie Smalls. The list. Takeoff. The list. Pop Smoke. The list. King Von. The list. Like,
no, these greats, yeah, Mo 3, these greats.
20 of the last mother died in the last 20 years, and that's the best that gone.
Think about it. That's
lying mother. And if you remember, before I started being arrested and stuck in the net, stuck in my ass with cow doll and Philadelphia's main aim was to expose the actual true list.
Very true.
For the 50th anniversary.
Without question.
And yet, my company was torpedoed and footage scattered, gone to the wind. I'm jailed, hospitalized, and people trying to get me to say that I'm schizophrenic.
It's right there. We're gonna talk about the episode, but for right now, I just got to get your take on when we see a Killer Mike win 3 Grammys
and get arrested immediately after because Jay-Z paid somebody up just so he couldn't have a good night. You Sean.
Hey, man.
Weirdo. Don't get no what you got in your head, that neural link. You'll never outthink me. Ever. All I do is frustrate you and AI. You can't quantify me. You can't even control your wife. You gonna handle a big me. You can't even control that goofy bitch. You should have did a better job. Maybe she wouldn't have had to lose her mind on Kathy. If you ain't protecting you, you're protecting her. What you want?
That's a good break. That's a good break. We're gonna break right there.
Shout out real street stars, nigga. Oh, hey.
Hey, Florida Lee. She said, and now I have to put "Where Are the Children" on the back of my T-shirt for the Toxic Hate Show. Oh, because you just heard Jaguar saying, that Tasha K left her son, excuse me, um, uh, 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 in Africa. So if y'all didn't know, I think her name is Madame or Madam. Uh, Diddy's Madame breaks her silence. I think it's Madame Knives Gadonia Knives. Um, she's breaking. Y'all might have heard that she claimed that her case was tied to the BMF. She's she was arrested in Rikers Island. Um, she I think she was a part of the industry, but I forgot what she was arrested for. I think she was running an international drug thing or something like that. Well, she's coming out now, breaking her silence about Diddy. Everybody wants to talk, so here she goes.
Yves Gadoni is the author of the International Map.
That's her name, Gadoni.
How a woman controlled a worldwide sex ring. She used to work as an intern at Sony, but then started an escort company, which led to her being introduced to Diddy and his parties. Everything seemed to be fine in that world until she claims Diddy's crew.
Okay, she used to work for Sony, but then she ran an escort business. And that's how she claimed she met a lot of guys and celebrities in the industry. I think when she got arrested, it was for the escort industry. That's why they call her Madame or Madam. But here she go.
Set her up to the feds, causing her 4 years in the New York State prison back in 2012 before being exiled back to Switzerland. She's here now to talk about it all.
So I think that's what she's saying. That Diddy set her up to the feds? I'm not sure, but I'm gonna let y'all hear her.
Yves Gadoni.
Only reason I'm not showing it, y'all, is because I don't know these individuals, so I don't know if they try to strike me.
Is the author of the International Madam, How a Woman Controlled a Worldwide Sex Ring. She used to work as an intern at Sony, but then started an escort company, which led to her being introduced to Diddy and his parties. Everything seemed to be fine in that world until she claims Diddy's crew set her up to the feds, causing her 4 years in the New York State prison back in 2012 before being exiled back to Switzerland. She's here now to talk about it all. How are you doing?
Hi, Andy. How are you? Thank you for having me.
I'm great. You got some tea to spill here. I'm so excited to hear about it, guys. This is a wild story.
And she got arrested in 2012. She did 4 years, 13, 14, 15. She got out in 2016. Why wasn't you talking about Diddy and them set you up then? When she was doing interviews like 3 years ago, I never heard this part. But I guess because Diddy going through what he going through. And here we go. Somebody else. She was an intern for Sony. and then she created this international uh I guess sex trafficking, whatever. And she was selling women. Ain't that what they are when they call madams? Yeah. But now she's claiming that Diddy Crew set her up to the feds. But she was bringing women to all these different celebrities, and that's how she got connected with Diddy and his sex parties.
And it puts a whole new perspective on this Diddy story. So I'm grateful for you being here. You're basically going to come in here and acknowledge the fact that Diddy's own team are informants with the feds, which implies that is Diddy himself an informant to the feds? Did they know all along?
Now, see what I'm saying? Y'all see Jaguar just said on that platform that Diddy's an informant and that he's been working for the feds. And then you heard Jeannie, I don't know if y'all did or not, but Jeannie Dill been saying for a while that back in the early 2000s that Diddy was informant for a few of authorities, and that's why a lot of situations back then he got out of. But the guy, whoever he was an informant for, the guy passed away, so somehow Diddy wasn't a part of it no more. And then he claimed Diddy had got wrapped up into something else, and some way they couldn't help him or something, and then they signed him off from being an informant. It sounds dumb to me because I thought once you're an informant, you always won. Even if they change your identity and stuff like that, you usually always be an informant. I never heard of, oh, they're an informant. Oh, now since you was acting up, now you're not an informant no more. I never heard of nothing like that, but that's what Jeannie Dill claimed. Now, what I'm trying to understand is if he's an informant and if he got informants in his camp, wouldn't he be able to stop a raid from the feds? Wouldn't they, like, beforehand warn him or put him like that this is going on and that is going on? His actions and what happened with the raid doesn't look like an informant to me. Looks like he was very clueless. Look like an informant to me would be upset, like, well, damn, I'm an informant. Why y'all doing this to me? Or what people gonna say, oh, this is the cover up. They doing this to make people think that, they doing their job, but they really not gonna do nothing with them. Then I heard somebody say that he is an informant and they raided it because they went in there to go get the tapes and stuff to hide the stuff so that it doesn't come out. So this informant part, I don't believe, because if he was an informant, do y'all believe he would still be getting raided? Do y'all believe it still would be an open investigation if he was an informant for the FBI?
She's going to drop some serious evidence and tea here, guys, to sort of allude to all of this, which only creates so many more questions I have. But I'm so excited to get through this. So thank you for being here. I want to start with your background. I don't want to avoid that. So you were in the escort business. Can you sort of explain that to the crowd? Sometimes that is people would wag their finger at that. How did you do that? How did you get into that? How did you get away with that? Can you fill it?
My thing is, how do you become a Sony intern to being a working in the sex business? So did the Sony put you up to this job? Or is that what's really going on? Because what I don't seem to understand is with Robert getting a RICO for the Mann Act for them alleging that he was flying minors across state lines for the purpose of sex. The only reason he ever did music, the only reason he's singing his behind off on stage is to make money to fly minors across state lines. And don't forget, the whole reason why Homeland Security came in with Robert is because Homeland Security covers human trafficking. So they also tried to allege that Robert was sex trafficking, which is crazy to me because if you're selling individuals, sex trafficking individuals, you would be making some type of money. Why the hell was Robert giving these women everything? That doesn't make sense. Then, when these labels, the managers, and now I'm talking about athletes, I'm talking about football players, basketball players, rappers, singers, uh, and engineers. I mean, all type of individuals in the entertainment system and business. All individuals playing football, basketball, golf. I mean, I don't care. All celebrities, right? They all fly women out. If they are in London and uh, one of their girlfriends or whatever chick they messing with, uh, for example, they in New York, they want to see him. They fly him to London, and she come out there. They might go out to eat and do some little things in London. Go see some things outside. Go to a show. All right, they get tired. Go back to the hotel. He take a shower. She take a shower. One thing led to another. They have sex. He got a meeting in the morning. She got to fly back to New York because she got a photo shoot. All right, she leaves. He go to his meeting in the morning. Is that the man act? Because she flew out. They went out, had dinner, did whatever they did, whatever. I'm pretty sure it wasn't like, oh, okay, yeah, we're planning to have sex. It happened, right? But is that the man act? For another example, football player. He might got a game on Sunday. So he's trying to see this chick Friday. Because the next 2 days he's gonna be busy. He fly out, 3 of them. And they all they go to the hotel. The managers book the hotels, the guests come and stay at the hotels. So Saturday night, he meet up with one of them. They drinking, chilling. They go out to a couple clubs. Da, da, da. They get back to the hotel. One thing led to another. They have sex. He gotta leave because he got a game Sunday. So kissy kissy. All right, I'll see you soon. Da, da, da. Now he go to another hotel because he got the other chick at another one. Same routine. Do 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 do. They go out, whatever, whatever. Have sex. All right, boom. Now he got the last chick, the third one, and on the 6th floor. That one on the 2nd, that one on the 6th. Same thing, kissy kissy, lovey lovey, go out, whatever, whatever. Go back to the hotel, had sex with her. He gotta get ready for this game tomorrow. So now that's the last chick he done with. But all 3 of them fly back to wherever they going to, and now Sunday he fly 2 more out because now they coming to see the game. And after the game, he meet up with them. They go out, he win the game, they all celebrate, blah, blah, blah. They go back to the hotel, they have sex. Is all 5 of them females the man act? Because eventually they have sex. Now I know what people gonna say. Oh, um, um, is if they fly out, is as soon as they get off the plane and come to the hotel, they have a sex right then and there? No. People go out to dinner. They might go see a show. They might go um, walk down a boardwalk, and then I'm just saying one thing leads to another. But how can you automatically say that's the man act? So if you're going to say that, then 100% of these celebrity men does the man act damn near every other day, damn near every day. And the rappers, when they having concerts, they fly out all type of guests. Bobby Brown talked about New Edition, and he said they were young as hell. That they used to have women on each floor of the hotel. He said they used to have to book damn near 7 to 8 floors, and they used to have women on each floor. Was that the man act? That all those women flew out to come to their show and to stay in a hotel, and out of all 7 floors of those women, most likely 70% they had sex with. He said he just wished he had um had more guidance then and was using condoms because he said he was having sex with all them women raw. How many actors, rappers, athletes, I mean, how many of them do this? If they're not home and they are away from home and they want to spend time with a woman, she got to get out there. So was she supposed to drive for it not to be the man act and pay for it herself? Or if she flies out and he pays, he pays for the hotel, even though they went out to dinner, they went to a club. Let's even throw in there they went shopping. Now they back at the hotel, condo, whatever, watching a movie, eat, get in a shower, lay down. 2, 3 in the morning they have sex. Is that the man act? Or is the man act as soon as she come out, soon as you fly her out, soon as she get to the location and you tell her drop her drawers, that's the man act? Because I'm just not understanding the part where if individuals are grown adults and you fly out and after y'all have a good time out, go out at night or whatever, however it go. But hours, 10 or 8, 10 hours later, y'all do wind up having sex. So she wound up going to sleep that night. You do too. He got somewhere to be in the morning. Now she's flying back out to where she lives. Is that the man act? Because if that is the man act, then that means every freaking celebrity have committed the man act. And now you're basically telling all of these women that they are alleged victims of the man act. Another thing that the prosecutor said at the oral arguments in New York, the false labor. If by buying them things and how they said on Law and Order with Diddy promising if he promised you things like what Little Rod said, he promised them $1 million home, he promised them a Grammy, all this stuff, and they not follow suit with what they said. That's also considered forced labor. So again, somebody can just say, okay, yeah, I'm gonna look out for you, I'm gonna do this, do this, do that, and it don't come through the way they thought it was to be able to look out for you. So now because I wasn't able to do what I said I was gonna do for you now, I might can do it later, but just right now it's it's not looking too good. That's forced labor because we had sex or whatever. We supposed to be friends with benefits, and just so happily, a job, uh, a resource came through that might can help her advance her career. And I'm like, all right, well, yeah, I know such and such and such. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get you that job, that spot. I'm gonna talk to this person, and I'm trying to see, you start Thursday. Matter of fact, I know you're gonna start because I know them. They're gonna look out. Thursday come, the person that I know that I think gonna pull you in, they went overseas, and I don't got their number. They changed their number. Now when I call their phone, it's saying it's disconnected. So we had sex earlier, but even though I promised you this, I'ma still come through. I just gotta wait till this person contact me back. But because they didn't get that opportunity, because the people ain't called me back, I don't know where they at. They can say that was forced labor because it looks like I made them have sex with me to promise them something, and I didn't come through with it. That's what they basically said, that that's forced labor. So how many celebrities also buys these women things or take them on a shopping spree, this, that, and the third, and then later on or that day have sex with them? So you're basically saying, oh, because he bought her all that stuff, because he promised her this and that, and had sex with her, that's forced labor. Like, these laws is really tricky, and it's starting to make me think that When they said the Mann Act, the first person with the Mann Act was the boxer guy because he flew a white woman across state lines. And I don't even know how that law even passed. That law, so the way they got him, the boxer guy, that was racist as hell. Like y'all literally made a law, a racist law that a black man who flies a white woman across state lines, he's supposed to be arrested. That seemed, during that time, that seemed like racist as hell. Like a black man can't fly a white woman across state lines. And then if I'm all the way across state lines and I want her to come see me, she want to see me. Oh, it's better off if she drives. Then it's not considered the Mann Act because she's driving her own vehicle. Oh, and let me make sure she pays for her own gas because then it won't be the Mann Act. But that forced labor is also ridiculous. If somebody promised you something and they don't fall through with it, and you had sex with them and stuff, so you only looking forward to whatever they promised you is really the only reason you having sex with them, but you making a man think you really like him. But in your mind, you only doing this because you looking forward to whatever he said he was going to look out and give you. If that don't come through, now they can go say forced labor. Oh, he made me have sex with him because he told me he was going to give me a career. He was going to do this. He was going to do. Now they're going to exaggerate. And then he told me he going to buy me $1 million house and all of that. And now they looking at it like, you only made her do that to hold this over her head for the purpose of sex. That's forced labor. So an example the prosecutor used in Rkelly's oral arguments in New York was the letter that Geronda signed was an example of forced labor. That's why the judges was going back and forth saying, wait a minute, so you saying that you basically saying everything is forced labor. And I forgot what she said. Like, well, yeah, it still falls under the same thing. Because I think they was saying, wait a minute, because now it's sounding like you're trying to say the R word is forced labor. What else was they saying? I gotta play it back so I can get it word for word, but that's why the judges was saying, no, give us a real example of the forced labor. And she kept talking about Geronda with the letter. She brought up Faith and said, what was it with Faith? Forgot what he said with Faith. But basically, overall, it's like basically saying they make them do this. I mean, they make them have sex with them and do these sex acts and buy them this and buy them that, and then they'll take away stuff or threaten to not give them this or give them that, but claiming the whole purpose is for them to do these sex acts. That's forced labor. So if you look at these celebrities, literally, this is what they do 24/7. So it's like telling these females, like, and they can make it up. They can say that they promised them this and promised them that. Because, like I always say, regret is not rape. I mean, regret is not the R word. So because some of these women have regrets of who they slept with, that's not the R word. So they can lie and say, oh, he promised me this and that and the third. If I slept with him and he never gave it to me, he lied. He promised me a career, but in all reality, they could have just had sex with this person because they wanted to. But when it didn't turn out the way they wanted to, thinking they was gonna get paid, thinking they was gonna get this, that, and the third, now it's, oh, I got regrets. He R-worded me. So if the man didn't really promise them nothing, and they presented themselves like a jump off, the man treated them like that. Now they can run off and say he said this, he said that, and it ain't true. Now that's forced labor. This is unbelievable. Yep, Jack Johnson. Y'all don't think that was a racist law? Why would a black man be charged for flying a white woman across state lines? That's racist as hell. Like, okay, what's wrong with him dealing with a white woman and flying her across state lines? And that's why I said with the RICO, this is how they get over. Because no matter what the laws is in each jurisdiction, with the RICO, they can charge you across the whole United States. And then it becomes federal when you're going across state lines. But that's how they get past the statute of limitations. That's how they get past with the different laws in each city and state. Because they using the RICO. So New York was right up their alleyway because not only do they pay their accusers extra, what is it, punitive damages, and they get what she say, 3 times more punitive damages, and they have to pay their lawyer fees. But that herpes law that they used, that Greenberg was talking about, they never used that law to federally to convict nobody. It was a misdemeanor. But because they used the RICO, they was able to stretch it and make it federal. That's why I told y'all, that's why the health department wrote that article during Robert's trial, because they was pissed off that the prosecutors made that law regarding Robert case into a felony when it actually is a misdemeanor, and they made it seem like it was AIDS, like it was like you just committed murder or something like that. And the reason the health department was upset in New York was because, again, people still can live with herpes. And then now you're looking at other people who may have herpes and looking at Rkelly's situation and making it seem like it's just so gruesome. And the health department didn't like that because, again, it's not AIDS. It's not compared to HIV. So now y'all trying to use it in Rkelly's case as a a felony, but it was only I believe it was only used as a misdemeanor. So that's why the health department was upset about it, because now you're gonna have people running around trying to use that same exact do the same exact thing, do the exact same thing they did, and now trying to charge people in New York with felonies regarding the herpes. I gotta find that article that they put out, the health department during the trial. And that's how I found out that Judge Ann Donnelly had the language wrong when they were arguing back and forth about the herpes law. She had the language all wrong, because I had wrote everything down in my notes the day that the health department wrote the article about it, because they sent a representative down there to the trial, I guess a reporter, and they spoke on it, and they spoke on why it wasn't like, basically, how can I say it? Like, basically, you'll have everybody else running around thinking they can try to get everybody else on the same thing and make it a felony when it's only a misdemeanor. And Greenberg said that it's the first time that they ever used that Pacific herpes law as a felony. And the way that because Greenberg said something in that interview that I watched the other day again that slipped my mind. He said that when Faith came to New York with her sister that when Robert was done his show and had the VIP, that Faith went in the back of the show and had sex with him. But at that time, that was his girlfriend. So that was them saying the man that. Because remember, we all kept saying, how is Faith being charged? She never flew across state lines with her, nothing. No, they claimed that she flew from Dallas to New York when he was having a show. And she went to the show with her sister. And then she went in the back of the show and had sex with Robert. Yep, that's what Greenberg said. Because he said, who was the enabler? Her sister. Her sister, the one who went down there with her while she went backstage and either gave him head or had sex with him. But Greenberg said she was his girlfriend. Because I thought that the charge was her talking about that whole hotel thing. That he came up to the hotel, knocked on the door at 6 in the morning and all of that. I thought it was a hotel in New York. So she must have did eventually get a hotel that while she was down there.
In a bit.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Andy. So, I came in a nutshell. I arrived in the US from Switzerland when I was 20 years old. My original plan was actually selling watches in the Diamond District, which I have done in the beginning. But in the year 2008, there was some financial problems in the United States, as we all know, was a little, financial issues that they had. So the company that I worked for went to Hong Kong, and I decided to stay. Now, with no income and only an internship where you don't really make money from, right? I set up an escort service. What does that mean? It's beautiful, elegant, high-end ladies that go on dates with people that pay for that, for their time, right? What they do with their own time is up to them, between two grown people, obviously.
So they just posted, it's up to them. Girl, was you selling vagina or not? You talking about what two people do on their own time as grown adults is up to them. I would say the same thing, but in all reality, they'd try to say that you selling vagina. Because why do they need you to set up the dates? Why they can't go set up dates their own self? Why they looking to you to go do dates with people and gotta come back and report to you? Sweetheart, that sounds like escort. And you the pimp.
Ladies were at least 21 years old, and they did that because they wanted to do that, and they were paid really well and had security. So got into that just to make a little bit as a side hustle, to make a little bit extra money. But it happened within like a year. I had 50 girls working for me internationally. And that went from Europe all over to the States, to Africa, to the Middle East, to Asia.
So basically, they said you was sex trafficking internationally. Damn. And you did all this from being an intern at Sony? How did that even get in your thought process? If all you was trying to do was make a couple dollars, and you was an intern at Sony, and some just said to you one day, oh, I'm gonna be an escort service. Nah, it was more than that. You sure Sony ain't put you on the map? I think a lot of these billionaire labels got a lot to do with a lot of this, but they will make sure that they stuff is covered all the way up while they throw our people right under the bus.
As well. And these girls, I'm from Switzerland. I'm half Italian, half Swiss. And in Switzerland, prostitution is legal. So these girls that came actually to the States that I was flying in, they were there on a 3-month visa, the regular tourist visa, and they already knew how to work. And again, they did that on their free will.
Wow. So in Switzerland, prostitution is legal. Well, damn. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? So over Switzerland, they can go over there and send a woman to their hotel. In Switzerland, they can have a female come over to their hotel and go out and eat dinner and do all this. And then if it leads to sex, it ain't illegal. Ain't no man act, ain't no none of that. I guess that's why they say, oh, well, in the United States, we have laws here. Yeah, I see. Laws that's messing up, just seem like to me, they only written for our people.
And made a bunch of money and left the States again. So that's kind of how...
So you was bringing women from Switzerland over here, where it's not legal. Why the hell y'all ain't just stay over Switzerland? That was dumb. Because not only that, that's why you got arrested. Because they looking at it like you was sex trafficking, yeah, internationally. You bringing women from Switzerland to come over here when they should have stayed over there, where it wasn't illegal. That was dumb.
All that started, and I got into that because my best friend, she was working in one of those escort services. I never did. Obviously no judgment, but I was really good in managing it, like setting up the times, make sure everyone is on time, kind of coach these girls a little bit how to be a lady, and how to keep it interesting, because looks is one thing, but as well you have to be able to keep a conversation and entertain these gentlemen.
Yeah, and no judgment. I just want the background there because I think also relevant based on some of the charges Diddy's facing. I want you guys to really know her background. And so through that work, that you were then also started an internship at Sony. You met D-Rock, which was Biggie's right-hand man at the time. Also then connects you to Uncle Paulie, who was head of security, connects you through Diddy. And so that's where all these connections to Diddy and that team happened, yes?
Yes, exactly. So I met D-Rock just being out and being all at these places where he was as well. And he invited me to some event where I brought my friend with me, and my friend started dating Uncle Paulie at that time, which was the head of security. But that was back at that time. I don't know if he's still working there or not, but he was around for many, many, many years. I think he's pretty much well known in the industry. And so they started dating, and I started to form a friendship with him, more like a brother-sister friendship over the years. And that's kind of how we started doing business together. At first, obviously, he did not know about the girls or all my other businesses, because my goal was to be a manager or A&R in the music industry, setting up tours, anything like that. That's how I that was my long-term goal. It was not to be a madam or run escort services. That was just a means to survive in New York. As you know, it's very expensive there.
Yeah, without a doubt. And so you're figuring that out. That's all happening, and that's when you get into the sort of the Diddy scene, the Diddy parties, etc. We have to be careful on some of the keywords we say, but substances were then brought in, and that's when things and women. And then at a certain point, you were asked to bring in certain amount of substances more than you were comfortable with. Correct?
Right, but that was through through Uncle Paulie. That was not for the party. So there's a difference between the parties and the studio and so on. That was just small amounts. But then obviously for me, it was not even the interesting part, with those substances. It was more like for parties, favors, and for the clients, right? And then if someone asked me for it, I would just give it to them. It was not even about making money. It's just more like getting favors for favors, right? That was more my way of dealing with it. And since that they were taking a liking into that product, they asked me to just set up, or they just wanted to know who my connect was, right? Which I was not able to give out. And then since he did a lot of favors for me, I kind of felt obligated, being naive, at that time I was 24, obligated to set him up with a bigger amount, which that kind of, was my big mistake.
So they ask you basically to smuggle a huge amount of, they want you to now sort of help be a mule in a way and get some of these across, was it Mexico?
Right. I mean, that was just the first question was really, really odd because we used to go to these poker parties up in Harlem, like private parties. And then he asked me one night if something happened because he invested into something, if I could bring some drugs over the border. And I said, no, hell no, I'm not going to do that. I'm scared. And again, I'm a girl, right? I'm not like a street person or anything, especially at the time, but I just wanted to be down and be the person that they can count on, right? Because they have hooked me up with a lot of things in the industry, with parties, events, with people, so I felt obligated, right? But I declined that. So then a few months later, he asked me, look, I just need product because whoever we were dealing with, that person got caught up or something happened, right? And he's like, I just need that one favor from you. And it was not, he was not involving Puff at all, right? So that was just him and a friend of his that he introduced me to. But he said it was all together, like, how can I say, it's just his group, his affiliates, let's say. Right.
And so he does this, and you then eventually begrudgingly agree to do this smuggling run as a favor.
Right, but no, it was in New York, so I did not go over the border or anything. I just hooked him up with a substantial bigger amount. I was meeting his friends that he introduced me to on an Upper East Side restaurant, like a luxury place. And the second I went in there, he kind of made a comment of like, oh, I have the money, which was really loud for the fact that we were there like a little bit, not to be out there. And that second, the feds stormed the entire restaurant. They took me down into handcuffs. And I was really, again, very naive. I didn't know exactly what was happening. Why was that happening? This is a friend of his. So, and I didn't really understand as well the American system, right? How you can even set somebody up. Because as far as I know, it doesn't work like that in any other country, especially not where I'm from. You can't just do a crime and then set somebody else up so they're doing the time, So I didn't understand that. Well, fact is that guy that said I have the money, if we both got arrested, as they claimed, he would have been my co-defendant, but he wasn't because he was an undercover agent. Uncle Paulie never got arrested, right? So that means he collaborated with that undercover agent from the DEA, right? And after that, when things are kind of like, when I went to Rikers Island and now I understand what my charges are and so on and so on, they obviously wanted me to read out who was my connect and who are my clients from the escort service, right? And obviously I didn't talk to them about it. I did not give out any names. So I had to figure out, okay, how can I kind of drop down my time a little bit in that sense, because I was looking at a pretty substantial amount of time. And the good
that was my question, like, what was the sentencing exactly? You didn't rat people out from what you've told us, and so you decided not to do any of that, and you could have. But you stood to your ground. How did you get away with a lessened sentence, and what was that process like?
Right. So what happened is they made a mistake with the warrant that they have for my house, right? So in the beginning, I was charged with 12 counts of an A1 felony related to drugs, trafficking, and so on and so on. Obviously, sometimes, mostly when they charge you, even the feds, they charge you with a lot of things, so something will stick to that because they were not looking for me. They were looking for me to give up my connect. They were looking for me to give out the right? So when they went into my house, they had the wrong, I think, apartment number, so everything failed in that sense. They took all my money, so I didn't have money for a lawyer, but I had some money tucked away in Switzerland, so I was able to retain a lawyer, and those lawyers were actually able to clean out a little bit all the mistakes that the feds have done in that arrest, right? I decided not to talk, but obviously a lot of people were afraid of me to talk, and we are talking more about the clients of the escort service. And that way there was some favors open and I was able to get a lesser sentence, right? Because in the end of the day, it's all the same circles that they're running in. So from the 8 years they offered me, went down to 4 years. And because it was a non-violent crime, I was able to do 2 years in prison and then get deported and just get a 25-year, I can't come back to the States for 25 years. That's like how kind of the deal was, So you're paying the price. You clearly, made some mistakes. You took the time. You're doing it. Kudos to you for doing that. A lot of people are always trying to get away with actually doing any of that stuff. So
you've done that. But I just want to focus on that again, because as I hear your story, it's just terrifying, the prospects of what that means. It implies then, because I'm with you, how does Diddy's right-hand man not know that he's an informant for the feds right out the gate, right? And threw you under the bus to get it. Why are they trying to get your person? Are the feds covering up for Diddy? Are the feds working with Diddy to wipe out the competition because you're bringing some small party favors to a party? Are they trying to bring their own in? You know, there's a lot of questions in my head then goes to why were the feds coming after you and not them? I mean, are these questions valid? Do you have these questions too?
Yeah. No, and again, I have talked to different people. One of my really good friends is Gene Deal, as he has been very big on this whole P. Diddy situation, has been talking about it for years.
Oh, that's why Jeannie Dill is her good friend. So that's why Jeannie's calling him a fag. Okay.
And he has told me that, look, in the streets, it's known that Uncle Paulie has been a rat. And the reason was because when all that stuff happened with the BMF, right? We go back to the Black Mafia family, which the drug ring has supported all the businesses of the music industry, right? Somehow Puff was probably involved as well. Not maybe personally, but the crew around him. And a lot of people got arrested in year 2005 and 2006. But some people never got arrested, even they were very deep involved in it, right? And those people probably have to now work as a confidential informant. I'm not saying that is exactly how it went down. That's just like how it makes sense and how it has been talked about for many, many years. Because at the end of the day, if you decide to be a confidential informant, you will have to work for them for a very long time. And they were going to keep reuse you, and they're going to keep, and they're going to pay you as well, right? But in the end of the day, the way I saw Uncle Paulie, he was big in the streets. He was a gangster, quote unquote, right? I mean, he's known everywhere. He was a big guy with a big crew, and I never thought that he would be working with the feds, right? But that's just how it is. Again, I mean, there's no other way around it, or that I misunderstood, or a mishap happened. No, because he would have been locked up as well if he would not have been working with the feds.
I guess I have so many questions, and we're going to talk about a lot more. But in this installment here, what do you think Diddy is also an informant for the feds? Before we even get to the recent allegations, the raids, based on your experience and what you went through, is that a possibility?
I personally think yes. That's just my opinion. That's not a fact. But I think yes. With all the things he got away with so many things over the years. I mean, yeah, and he has a lot of power, right? And he bought a media company, so he has just, and he has these videos of all these influential people, as we heard, right?
I'm going to stop you there because I want to get into that. I want to get into the raids. I want to get into Nevez's thoughts and all this, but this is all too juicy to put into one. Sorry, guys. You're going to have to come back for part 2. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. Hit the bell for alerts so you get notified. Smash that like button. We got so much more to break down with her. You're not going to miss it. Leave a comment down below. Also, she's looking for crew. You're making a documentary, right? You are going to be new. So if you want to reach out and hit her up, please check her out on Instagram. Especially if you have any production experience or want to help her tell this story properly, I hope we can help too. We'll figure this out, but make sure to head over to Instagram. You can follow her there. You can message her there. Let's get through this and stay tuned for part 2 coming soon.
And when I turned around, I just saw the lights. I mean, there was not even police cars. They were really black cars with lights. My name is Rkelly, born in East Switzerland with Italian roots. The whole escort business started when I was about 17 years old. My best friend, she was 3 years older than me. She was escorting, and I was in college and worked at a club on the weekends. Now at the club, there was a lot of interesting clients for her talking clientele, and I hooked her up a few times so she can make some good money. And after a few successful hookups, she gave me some money and said, "You earned that cut," because they were great introductions. So with time, more girls wanted to get hookups, and I had to like somehow figure out a plan so I have for everyone the same deal. So we came to the conclusion we're gonna do a 60-40 cut, 60% for the girls, 40% for me. The prices and the services will be discussed up front as well. The payment had to be done up front. And with that, it was a great extra money for me to make during college, and yeah, it kind of came out really successful for me. Prostitution is legal in Switzerland. There are several brothels, escorts, clubs, sauna clubs, or even private residences where girls can see their clients. There's a lot of rules when it comes to permission. To get the permission or the permit to work, you have to actually work together with the police. As a female or owner of a club, you have to pay taxes, and there's a lot of rules to it that you definitely have to go by. And sauna club is more like a spa where you can meet girls, and there are rooms where you can go there, but you will see a lot of other clientele. And there's smaller brothels like this one as well. This club is only it's pretty small. There's not a lot of girls, and you will not run into other clients. So it's more discreet. And that's always up to the client if he wants a more discreet situation or if he really doesn't care. I just learned the business with experience. Like the more you work with the girls, with the clients, you just figure out what's the best way, how does it work out. And between them, you always have to be fair to the girls, and as well very discreet with the clients. And as long as you do that, your business will be definitely successful. I met an old school rapper at a concert here in Switzerland, and we actually started dating. So he invited me to New York. And the first time I see New York, I absolutely fell in love, and I know it's the place where I wanted to be, where I wanted to be successful and just have the best years in my life. I finished college, and 6 months later of my first visit of New York, I just packed my bags and I went to New York. I mean, I didn't have a lot of money saved because, of course, I had a lot of bills to pay over here, and I had no fear. I just had a goal, and I wanted to make money, and didn't really know how, but I just know I wanted to be rich and have a good life and just taste the finer things in life. I went to New York with a friend that was escorting as well. Her boyfriend at the time was a jewelry watch dealer, so he had a hookup for us in the Diamond District, an apartment where we could live in. And as you know, in New York, it's hard to get an apartment, by the way, especially Manhattan. So this situation was perfect since it was the Diamond District. There was just a rent that you pay cash. It's supposed to be it used to be an office. We made it to an apartment. We renovated a little bit, and the rent was always paid in cash. Nobody really knew that I lived there, because it was in the penthouse floor, and the rest of the floors was all offices where they were buying and selling gold, watches, jewelry. So it was a perfect spot. My first celebrity party was in 2008 in New York. There was Puff's birthday party. It was at Mansion in New York. Absolute great party, great atmosphere. Everybody that was somebody was there, for sure. The way, he's famous for throwing good parties, so definitely was a nice party. And before that, I was at after parties in Switzerland. Like there was Beyonce Jay-Z party that I was, Busta Rhymes and Paris Hilton party. Method Man, Rap Man, like all those parties there. I definitely was attending them before that already. I went to New York City with my best friend, the one that was escorting in Switzerland. She wanted to start a new life as well. And I lived for her, and her boyfriend kind of hooked us up with that apartment on 47th Street. And I wanted to do it on my own. Even I had a boyfriend at the time that I was dating in New York. I wanted to have my own place. I did not want to depend on nobody. When I decided to get back into the escort business in the States, I met a girl through a mutual friend. She was already doing the escort business in the States. And she explained to me pretty much how it works out in the States. Since it's illegal, there's a lot of things you have to look out for, especially when it comes to advertisement. The girls, it's a complete different game than in Europe, or let's say in Switzerland. So she teach me a lot of it, and we actually thought about having a partnership together. I mean, the escort business is just a really good money business. It's the first job that actually was out there. So this business will definitely never die. And I'm a very driven person, and I like to make money. I like to be successful. I'm really all about business all the time. And that